going on, everyone? So, this is the Hypersapien Show, right? So, molesters with pink-eyed dye, crappy singers fly, and sucking cousins dry are some of the topics that we'll be discussing tonight on the Hypersapien Show. And like last week, my voice sounds weird in my own headset, but this is season 2, episode 4. Let me know if my mic's okay. Let me know if my voice sounds more raspy than Stylesy after deep throating a few cherry ripes. That's what he's apparently going to be doing on stream tonight. So we didn't get 70 subs. He's going to come up here and he's going to partake in fellatio on certain types of snacks. Oh, I knew that was going to start. Microphone sounds good. Wow, there you go. Okay, instead of me having to go back through the chat, let us know who's here. Apparently there's 5, there's 6 is here now. I'll put this out on the interwebs. Before I started, and then I didn't have enough time to make accounts or whatever, I'm like, oh, maybe I should start a podcast version of this. So it's pretty much just signing up to podcast apps and see if I can connect this schism to that. Don't worry, my voice is more raspy than Hypersapien TV. Well, Hypersapien TV is a channel name, Stylesy. Don't know who that is. But now I'm here. I thought you were there. At least someone's with the program. He's here, but he was there. Cheers, Mark. I would take a screenshot, but he's on the tablets again. Even Stylesy in his drugs. Fucking outfit. Anyway, yeah. So I'm not on Funkin' Hungry, but a little bit of news that no one probably cares about is my hobby channel got to 1K. And I haven't done a video in like a year. So yeah. Excuse me for a second. Apparently, there's some very important business. Anyway, excuse me for that. That bollocks. Oh yeah, congrats, G. Hobby channel. Yay. Cheers. No, I'm joking. Appreciate it. I haven't done a video. Well, I did a couple of live streams. I did post my Movember video there, but I will be doing a bit of a channel cleanup before I get back into it. I was going to move away from just miniature painting as well. So it is technically, when I started that channel, it's going to be about my art and life. And then I did a lot of miniature hobby stuff. So yeah, I do various different arts, but I just did miniature painting there. But I may do stuff like painting this huge canvas here. Oh, so I've got this huge canvas to paint. I just need to work out how I'm going to record myself doing it. Or, even if you have to, I guess, in my ugly face and just every now and again I'll go, oh yeah, this is what I painted. Hi there, you're early, man. That's what all the girls call me, Roger. They say, hey, you're the early man. Important business, maybe Mandy Moore is coming on as a special guest. So that's what your porn name is, Stylesy, then by all means. So apparently you're coming all over the place. Oh, we have 13 people, 14 people watching. Oh, better wet that whistle, as they say. That's what Kanye says whenever he went round his cousin's house. Got to wet that whistle. I will put out the notifications to the team. The team, share. So I'm currently streaming on Twitch, which I did change the name of my Twitch, but apparently here it hasn't changed. Also YouTube and also Facebook. So we will start streaming other places and see what happens. I guess that's me. G is kind of freezing up a bit. Yeah, that's what happens when I get nervous around you, Stylesy. Especially when I know that you're coming on stream to eat a Frodo frog or whatever you do. I'm just going to change the chocolate bar every time I say that now. It might not even be a chocolate bar one day. Who knows? Send. Your stream is going global. Exactly, Roger. Kind of weird when you stream by yourself because you don't hear no one else in the headset. I need to get some music in the background. Oh, it's gone back down to 10 people. 4 people decided that this wasn't good enough to spend their time. Speaking of spending his time, here he is, the man of the show, the main star. Well, he's even got a glass out. You just got a cola.
No, it's actually Pepsi and some rum.
Oh, excuse me.
It's a new Pepsi out.
Oh, the blue one.
Pepsi Max Electricity.
So let me guess that you did a review of it, did you?
No, not yet.
Oh, so you're trying before you do a review? Because I've actually got a bottle of that hidden away. I've got so much shit that I forget.
I'll do a fair backlog of reviews.
We'll be saying goodbye to the Pope. We'll be saying goodbye to the Pope tonight, but probably not in the manner that you probably expect me to. My manner is that's my way of saying goodbye.
Well, you. I'm sorry. They used to do a French on stage too, the British, when the archers, because every time the French used to cut the archers on one stage, they cut those fingers off. Remember those with the Middle Ages and stuff?
Yeah, like Anglo-Saxons and stuff.
Yeah, like against the Franks, or French, or whatever they call them. Because the French used to cut these archers' fingers off when they catch the British archers.
Yeah, that is true. Very historical. Hiya, Stylesy. Edge of what? Edge of the Ultra. Edge. Hello, Edge. Edge of the Ultra Light. Oh, now it's 8. All right. So where's my? I'm just going to have a bit of a look to see. Oh, there you are. Oh, what? So I'm throwing away these box of nuggets. Clint Large live stream. What a shame, John. Lucky Kodie's not here to see that.
Don't talk to you, man. Like to come up here. It's okay. You're good, man. You're a good man, King Kodie.
Yeah, Kodie. But yeah, how is everyone? Damn, you went live early. How rude. As I say, you never know what I'm going to do around these parts. Maybe I'll schedule it for tonight and I'll go live next week and people will be wondering what happened.
Well,
how is everyone? How is everyone? How's everyone's week been? How How are you, Mr. Roger the Pirate?
All right, King G of the round table. All right, King Hopstone TV. Hypersapien. Yeah, me.
I think I still have some hot sauce on my desk from last live chat. I had to just clean it up a bit. Still got a couple of these as well. Hot Mama. I'll be saving them for funkin' hungry shenanigans, or maybe I'll just give them to a homeless person and pretend they're nice. Maybe I'll film it like those other influencers. Hey, I'm doing good stuff. I'm giving shitty pickle pouches to people. Oh, yeah? Savada. Time for tea and be on the scene. Hi, King Wizard and King Savada. Hi, King Mark. Hello, Roger. Yeah, everyone in the chat, let me know how you've been. We'll be getting into some news of the week and Sheaspiracy around the halfway mark. Sorry, Mark. Shouldn't have brought you into this, but yeah, if Mark's around, I'm sure he'll add his 2 pennies worth to this. Please, sir, can I have a penny's worth? 4 Hennessy in the pickle bag. I do actually have some Hennessy left. If any people, some people have me on Facebook and know that I did have a couple of drinks. I think it was Thursday. I'm just like, oh, why the hell not? Someone else was having drinks. They weren't with me, but they was having drinks, and I'm like, maybe I'll join you and just have a couple. Half a mark. Video called Bianca Today, and well, at least someone's listening to the live stream. Kodie's with the program. Video called Bianca, but then when he gets on stream, what's he going to talk about? Video called Bianca Today and watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest for Jack Nicholson's birthday, which was on Tuesday. Well, you celebrate bloody celebrities' birthdays more than I celebrate families. Back again. Today I was on. Oh, here we go. We need to get that voice going. Today I was in my local town with my mom. What's a mom? Mom doing something at bank.
You know, man, that's American way.
That's
mom. Mom.
Then after get some American lunch. Way. At lunch, something that threw me off. Anyway, something at the bank. Then after get some lunch, all of a sudden my worst nightmare came back. This old Asian lady again who followed me for money everywhere was. What in the what?
MOM is American way of with your mum.
Maybe she wanted to come and get your sperm.
You see me when it was spelled UK and Australia.
Reminded me of a joke that I heard. Oh, how the hell was it? I put my sperm on her temple so my kids are in her holy place. Have to work it out.
Jerusalem?
Oh, temple.
Buddhist temple. Buddhist temple.
Even though that's more of a forehead, but you get it. So she's so annoying, function Roger, every time.
King Colonel.
I just give her nothing. Hey guys, how's it going? Oh, we have Kentucky Colonel's Adventures here. How's the fishing there, Colonel? I did see a short of yours the other day. It's a bit too short though. But welcome there, sir. Welcome. Yeah, everyone was talking before we went live, and now we're live. Everyone's quiet. But then we do have some new people here. Savada. We have the Edge of Ultra Light Wizard Man Swag. Edge of Ultra Light. Evening, Colonel.
Are you coming up tonight, King Kodie? Teach us how to do a well-organized and awesome live stream. Sorry.
Yeah, you
So
have, to,
big.
you have to teach us coding. Even when I'm organised, I'm not organised. Fishing being a little slow, but not to worry. A shwill pick up. A shwill? Sounds good, Mr. Colonel.
Will pick up. Yeah, I meant to say. I think I meant to say will pick up, but I think it's autocorrect or something.
Yeah, that's all right. I was just being a plonker. Sometimes I act like a plonker, and I wonder if people know I'm acting like a plonker. I just think I'm dumb. Either way, both works.
Yeah.
Every time I see her, Edge of Ultra Light Wizards. I'm just tripping out because I don't reckon his name was Edge of Ultra. Anyway, back to here. So if I go to YouTube, the chat actually comes up faster. Recently uploaded a 44 Magnum shooting short on my review channel. That sounds epic. Have to go check that out. For some reason I haven't been getting some notifications. I know that I didn't get Mark's live stream notification, and then like I was wondering, I'm like, oh, is Mark going live? I'll go and check his news feed, his community tab or whatever, and see if he says that he's having a night off or whatever. Then what do I know? I go there and there he is live. There, just trying to sort out some of my private business. It doesn't have to be private. Well, we can. Twitch. So yeah, Hypersapien TV's on Twitch now. I was on Twitch earlier, trying to see if I could expand that a bit more. Pretty much, I just done a name change. I changed the bio, and yeah, I was just trying to work out how I could potentially get more people over there. And so what I was going to do is do a little bit of.
You have to do is be careful on Twitch. You get some people who just not very good, but you should do it.
Yeah, well, as we learned when I was trying to do TikTok the other day, they was crying about all sorts of stuff that I was doing or saying. I don't know if it was swearing. I know when I showed the alcohol that it, I don't know, gave me a warning or restricted me or something. I am going to try doing a little bit of. Oh, I came up saying that you'll be suspended for 1 year or something if you don't. So I'm just, I don't know, it was crying, but I will try going live on TikTok again.
You can get away with a bit more language on Twitch too than you get on YouTube. You can get away with a little bit more language. You might occasionally, like you might get warning here if you drop the F-bomb, but if you go on Twitch and drop the F-bomb, you might, if word and that, you might get away with a bit more. You might say, oh, effing bad day or something, you know.
I know a lot of people that I knew that does like hobby live streams, like painting live streams. They started doing Twitch because Twitch you could get monetized quicker, or you could get yeah, but oh,
You get
here he is, Mr. Mr. Choo Choo himself. Apparently, he's having to get his noms on as well.
Nom 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 nom. Hi boys, how we doing?
Oh, yeah, pretty good. I'm still kind of setting up, but as I was saying before, I was saying that I've always streamed on Twitch, but I changed the name from G to Hypersapien because originally I was trying to do painting on it. But yeah, I just changed it to Hypersapien TV, changed the bio and stuff. And as I was about to get on live stream, where I still had about half an hour left, I'm like, maybe I should look into some podcast apps as well. pretty much do this, but do it on podcast. And going to do it on TikTok, but with TikTok, I'm just going to pretty much leave it there like I did last time and just do it on my phone. I do have a couple of phones. Do it on my old phone and just, muck around a bit, but just to see if we can pull some more people in.
Yeah, well, there's no reason why you can't, and it's a great platform and you might as well give it a go. That's one thing they talk about on Primal Video. They have covered that, and it's really an untapped, or in some cases, excuse me, I'm dribbling. It's almost an untapped market, and
On
maybe
TikTok or
just whatever platform, I will find the particular thing where they talk about it, and I'll send it to you.
Oh, it's on and everything.
It's I haven't thought about doing it myself, but next door. Sorry about that. A lot of people will like to listen to things more than actually watch it.
Yeah. Because I know, like, the people who watch us regularly, they probably like seeing us just because we, sometimes act like blonkers or whatever we might do. But the fact that most of the time we're talking about all different topics, I just thought we may as well do a. It was when I was setting it up. I'm pretty sure on Twitch it's called like podcast or talk show or something like that. So I'm like, maybe I should do podcasts, like an actual, you can get podcast apps. I know some people do stream on Spotify, but I wouldn't have a clue how to do that. But yeah, there's lots of different platforms that you could try out. Yeah. Rumble, there's another one as well that someone was showing me.
Yeah, you can get away with Rumble with a bit more in-depth and conspiracy theories on YouTube, because you can tend to get more in depth, but you get away with a bit more there when you do on YouTube. Like you, Mark, talk about aliens or UFOs or whatever, a bit more in depth there.
They didn't actually ban me, Kodie. It was just like a restriction or a warning. My voice is sounding like Mark Simpson at the moment.
I'm just using the AirPods. Do I sound all right? Or do I need to change?
No, you sound awesome. You sound really clear.
Okay.
You sound clear enough, yeah. No echo or nothing.
Oh, okay. No worries.
No echo, nothing. You sound very good.
There's a app called Riverside. I'll send you this one as well, G. So I've sent you two. Just goes through how to set up a basic one, and then using Riverside as the way to manage where it goes. I mean, you can put actually, you can put they all do it like I'll just look. There's three there to choose from. Probably start with the first one, which is a beginner's guide, and then maybe have a look at the other one. You can put a podcast on iTunes, Spotify. You can go multi-platform. I don't think there's any restrictions, because if it's just purely a podcast, as in the audio side of it, that takes bugger all bandwidth.
Okay, so I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi, keep my data on. I don't use much of my phone data. I've got like about 100 every 4 weeks, so.
G'day, Joanne. How are you? And how are you, Roger? I haven't asked how you are.
All right, Mark. How about G Hypersapien Mark on? No, Hypersapien TV and Mark, let's say. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at the moment. Cheers.
I'm just in the process of uploading a video to YouTube, which
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
started making a few days. Yeah.
A bit of storm here this afternoon. Yeah.
Oh, you can keep the
About
storm with
4:35.
we
My time
was
it
it
is.
Friday, Saturday. We had like Friday, no Thursday. It was Friday,
Yeah,
Saturday.
man,
Where we had like 100
it
mil of
was
rain here,
fine.
like 4 inches.
Like it was fine all day here, and the clouds started coming about midday. Then I had a storm about 4:35. I only had a bit of rain, and then buzzed off quickly as it came.
Yeah,
I
well,
got a millimetre
unfortunately,
of good base. You go, Mark. So,
Yeah, just a shout out to Peter. Cheers for being here. Also, Joanne. I didn't want to miss them out. Rumble.
yeah, Rumble does say
Just
so
going
you
through,
can get away with
just
talking more
just
death, like
going through the
conspiracy
chat
theories,
here.
more like aliens and whatnot, with more death and Rumble. Like you, Mark, can go more in depth and Rumble, like aliens and conspiracy theories and whatever else you can is on your minds and that.
What I
Like I
was
could go and get away
gonna
with.
do, I guess I'll put her on the spot now. I was gonna ask if Joanne wanted to join myself and Mark and any other people who are interested, and maybe talk about some paranormal and creepy pastas type stuff from now, from every now and then. There's definitely a few, because of some of the stuff that's been happening lately. There's definitely been a few bits and pieces that it's like old stuff that I've known about, but it is kind of relevant again. But I will talk about some of that stuff a little bit later on in the evening once everyone's settled in. Yeah,
yeah, actually,
making a
that's something I'd really like to talk about because I follow that subject, and recently there's been quite a bit of stuff come out, and I'd like to share it because maybe some people haven't seen it or heard of it. Because fair enough, I understand that a lot of people don't follow it, but yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, well, I did write down just to we'll not go too much into that now because then otherwise we'll probably get into it early. But I normally try to do that about the halfway mark. Sorry, Mark. But yeah, try to when it's halfway through, we try to get into some of the pretty much news of the week, but then go into the cheesespiracy side of stuff a little bit. If there's anything that anyone wants to share. So you sound pretty sexy, Mark, apparently.
Oh,
From Savannah today.
oh, thank you, Dave.
Oh. I wonder how much love think about it. I'm freezing up Mark a bit.
Sorry, Roger.
Like, you start freezing up a bit, like you're moving around and you're sort of freezing up a bit.
Taps a lot. Yeah, get up on TikTok, Kodie, and start tapping the screen for me. That's what they have to do on TikTok. You know how on YouTube they have the function there where you can heart or react to it, but it doesn't do nothing on YouTube, from what I know. On TikTok, if you keep on tapping, yeah, I've got 0 likes, and no one's tapped the screen once on TikTok, which is fine. Yeah, you have to tap the screen, and then when these do the people that take it seriously, they're always telling you to gift them and tap the screen and all this other stuff. So yeah, but I was saying about Joanne, if you wanted to join us on the panel and talk about some of the stuff. Also, I know that hopefully I'm allowed to mention it. Joanne wants to start getting into her own content soon, and I know that she's been working on that for quite a while. So eventually, obviously, we'll help promote her and do what we can there.
That's fantastic.
Well, yeah, I was planning to talk a little bit about the Pope, but hopefully people that are very religious don't get offended. It's only at the end of the day, cheesespiracy, don't take it too seriously.
Well,
yeah, but love a bit of cheese.
I find it interesting that he came out over Easter, and virtually the next day he's gone to meet his maker. Well, that's what it appeared to me. I don't know.
Come back to see Lucifer.
Well, depends.
Well, yeah, I said we wouldn't get into it, but we'll talk about the funeral or whatever weird parade they did. We'll talk about that a bit later on. She's a fan of the Pope. No, I'm not really. So there's not necessarily anything against anyone in particular. It's just, yeah, we will get into that at some stage. Anyway, we're jumping the gun a bit here. We're just saying because when I started this channel, I wanted it to be a little bit different than just the normal live streams we do. Yeah, still come on here, have a laugh. One big thing on this channel was always to help push other people's channels, was one reason I wanted to do it. So, always allow other content creators come on if they have anything they want to talk about or promote their own stuff, that's fine. A little bit different than just obviously me doing Funkin' Hungry. It's become very different than just food related content, which a lot of people might want to go on live just to see or hear about that, which sometimes I'm still happy to do, but most of the time it became and evolved in what this is. And I want to just move into different territory. So the Cheesepiracy was definitely stuff that myself and Mark have talked about various times in different live streams, if it be his, mine, or some other Plonkas.
My other half was Mrs. Shed Talk. She was rewatching my live stream from the other night, where my sister was asking what's a plonker or something like that. And for my wife, a plonker is because my wife's a little bit older than me. So to her, a plonker is someone who drinks booze. That bloke's a plonker, as in, drinks booze. Because I think as a kid back in the 70s, we used to call them deros, and that was like a slur on a homeless person who just walks around with a bottle of booze in a brown paper bag. But yeah, to her, plonker was someone who drinks the bottle.
Yeah, we will need to. The doctor will need to come back at some stage, Dave. Also, that makes sense. Dave wrote Plonk, and that's probably maybe that evolved into Plonk, on the Plonk and stuff, and then Plonker was being used elsewhere. I mean, when I was a little kid, my parents used to watch Only Fools and Horses, and that was a very big show, like a show in England, and it said Plonker a lot. Del Boy used to say to Rodney, his brother, all the time, "Oh, you're a Plonker, Rodney," because they'd get into all sorts of dodgy business, and they would always get themselves into all sorts of weird and wonderful and tragic moments. But yeah, then growing up, Plonker to me was always like, I guess, another word for idiot. Being stupid, like a foolish person, like a nobbies, nobbies, not all nuts. Spell check, Joanne. Plucker. Who's a silly plucker? Oh no, I reckon we've lost Plucker Duck. That is true.
Yeah, Savatu's got it sorted. Plucker Duck. Don't you remember Plucker Duck?
Yeah, from
I remember
Dickie Knee.
I remember Duck Hunter.
And I'll think you Steve Plucker. Now you get Hey Hey Saturday over in the UK.
No, we don't. There was lots of other lots of other shows though were just as good, I'd imagine. No, a lot of shows that I would have watched. Mark and other people would have watched them as well. At the end of the day, I don't think Aussies and British people are that different in comparison to other types. The humour is fairly similar. Both back in the day, Australian comedy and English comedy definitely used to both push the boundaries.
Oh,
you look back on a lot of it now, and you just go, "What happened to everyone? Everyone's so offended now."
Yeah, well, I think what they need to do is go back and watch stuff like Fast Forward and Hale and Pace, and the Benny Hill show. And as kids, we used to love watching the Goodies and English comedy. Only problem was it came on at 6 o'clock at night here, and of course Dad was home then, and Dad wanted to watch the 6 o'clock news. So we're lucky that our grandfather, Mum's dad, was living with us. So
used to let you watch the TV sometime.
Sometimes, yeah, but there's definitely some. Like once again, it's all depending on how you're brought up, how strict and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Am I frozen? Joanne says I'm frozen. Let it go.
Yeah,
let it go.
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure you're keeping freezing in certain spots, and they're a little bit pixelated as well. I thought I was watching the Minecraft movie for a second there.
I'm just.
Yeah, a lot of these shows, because I came here when I was about 11, so already I guess I watched a lot of shows. Already had, like I watched a lot of those crazy English shows when I was still in England and as a kid, and it's like a lot of the ones that Roger's mentioning and people mentioning I knew of, but it's like Kevin Wilson. I never really got into him much. Maybe it's because parents not being Australian.
He does tour the UK fair bit. He does tour UK fair bit too. Kevin Play Wilson. He does a lot of Australian UK shows, like goes over there. And sometimes his daughter Jenny, sometimes does the opening bit of his shows and that. His daughter Jenny.
Yeah.
And she's a pretty good comedian in her own right.
Sorry, Roger. I just checked my download speed, and it's it's abysmal. It's like 14 megabits down, where I should have like 100. So
is that because you said you was uploaded a video? Did you?
Yeah, upstairs. I'm uploading video to YouTube. No, it could be, but the wife's on her iPad. But I didn't. I mean, I thought it might have been down a little bit, but I wasn't expecting down that low, like 14 megabits down. Up's probably a little bit slow too, so maybe it's just the way things are at the moment.
Mine's upload. Mine's very fast. 150.2 download. Mine's 150.2, which is very fast.
Can't ever escape that identity, that other one that I made up apparently. That funkin' hungry Pillock. There's another one for you, Mark. Pillock. You have to ask your wife if she knows that one.
I heard that.
Hey, Sakau, how are you?
Hey, Sakau.
Yeah, Pillock.
Pillock, yeah.
I heard my mum say it once. Some person used to know me, kid, and my mum said, "You bloody Pillock." In a thick Yorkshire accent.
I think as well.
I always had a thick Yorkshire accent as a kid. You bloody Pillock.
Silver Brumby cartoon. thought maybe the bloggers are streaming. I could stream on.
I love my family.
Oh no! Now Styles's universe just crushed. Apparently, the singer of Let It Go isn't hot. He repeats, they're not hot. Nothing wrong with a 53-year-old Stylesy. Okay, G-Spot Discord.
Yeah, I'm older than Styles. Liking Britney Spears. I'm older than Britney Spears and that. I'm older than Britney Spears.
People on TikTok are probably wondering what the hell I'm doing when they come on and just see me looking away, talking to in a different direction. See what you can stream on.
There you go. That's her.
Oh,
53.
What do you want about Style? She's attractive looking. I want to say there's.
You know what? You know what cougar is? A woman over 40 who goes after guys like 8 or more years younger than themselves. Like 8 or more years younger than themselves. Depends how old Styles he is.
Studio.
After you like Styles, then keep it to your chest. And after anyone's
Facebook, YouTube, X, LinkedIn, Twitch, and custom RTMPs.
RTMP is real-time messaging protocol. That's something I sort of haven't really looked into.
Which YouTube small.
Stylesy, no wonder my bandwidth is the problem. Stylesy says I'm looking at CNN at the moment, and he was right. I was right. I don't know how he does it. I think we're all glitching tonight. Roger's glitched a bit. You've glitched a bit. I have.
Yeah, it's probably because we got in early talking to probably Kanye West, wondering if we're going to talk about him and his cousin.
Well, could be, or maybe they're taking all the bandwidth and focusing it on, the Pope.
Did you see all the memes about Kanye West this week?
No, did you hear what happened? No, what happened?
He tweets some really crazy stuff. Like one, he was calling Jay-Z's kids retarded, and then he said then later on he said he felt bad. Apparently he has bipolar and he doesn't take medication for it, but he's one of these people that go from one extreme to another. He was saying that he was a Nazi recently, anti-Semitic. He's even though he's a black guy, he dressed up as in KKK stuff for one of his songs. The latest is he made a song and he'd done a tweet about I should find it so I know exactly what he said, but yeah, he came out with something pretty outrageous. He did a song called Cousin as well. So before I find what he said, hopefully you can work out. He said the lyrics of Cousin is hanging out with my cousin reading dirty magazines. Oh, where's the actual quote?
I better say good day to Stylesy, as he gave me a shout out before. So good day, Stylesy.
Kanye West needs medical help. I don't know if medical help's going to help him, Stylesy. So, is this the right one?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Joanne. Misinformation. Yeah.
So, Yee, as he calls himself now, this song is called Cousins, about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mum's closet were different. My name is Yi, and I sucked my cousin's dick till I was 14. And then he actually made a song about. He made a song that's the song sounds so bad anyway, regardless, but it was just a song about him basically molesting his cousin. And I'm surprised you haven't seen the memes. The memes have been going crazy. The memes have just been like, there's been so many that I've just, what the internet's like. It's so savage when something like this happens, and just the memes are outrageous. One thing I found really funny is South Park years ago, probably about 10 years ago, they did an episode where they have a joke, and Jimmy is he's got like he's got cerebral palsy or something, but he stutters when he talks. He's a kid in South Park. He's a character, and he's a comedian and tells jokes. But when he tells jokes, it takes him ages to get it out because he stutters. So he's like, and then gets the joke out. But he said a joke, and then a lot of the big comedians were still in the joke. And the only person that didn't understand the joke was Kanye West. And the joke is, do you like fish sticks? And then people are like, yeah, I like fish sticks. And then it's like, oh, do you like sticking them in your mouth? And it's like, yeah, I like sticking them in my mouth. And then it's the punchline is, are you a gay fish? Fish sticks? Fish sticks? But it's in the show is absolutely hilarious. And then Kanye West, when he gets told it by, I don't know if it was Jimmy Fallon or someone tells it to Kanye West, but he gets so offended. He's like, yeah, I like fish. And he's like, no, I'm not a gay fish. And right at the end of the episode, the whole episode, it keeps on showing Kanye West not understanding the joke. And he even has like a whiteboard with a marker, and he's trying to work it out. He's trying to work out what's going on. And at the end of it, it has Kanye West sounding, because the people of South Park are actually very good at doing songs and stuff as well. They're very musically talented as well. So they, at the end of the episode, they do a auto-tuned song about gay fish, and it sounds like Kanye West, and it's Kanye West swimming around, making out with fish, kissing fish in the ocean and stuff. So yeah, maybe South Park are the new, how Simpsons predict all this stuff. Maybe South Park are the new ones that are going to start predicting the future. And that's the kind of world we live in, where jokes or stuff that's done funny in cartoons is starting to become real. Like, just how weird this planet or how weird society is these days, where you think, oh, this is just entertainment or something funny, and then it's like real life is starting to become more entertaining than the entertainment, which is normally meant to be just made up parody and bullshit.
What's that old saying? The truth is stranger than fiction.
Yeah, pretty much.
I've had that. I've been saying that.
But yeah, that was that was just ridiculous. 50 Cent likes to troll people a lot. He's another rapper if people don't know who he is. He wrote something that, see if he's still got it up on his.
I try and be as careful as possible. The new glasses have already got scratches on them.
Oh no.
Maybe
It's all happened on Monday.
Got two. Sorry?
Pretty sure the Kanye West stuff happened on Monday.
Does he respond to any of it?
Who's that, Kanye?
Yeah.
he just comes out here and says all this stuff, normally on X, because it's like the only platform, I guess, that would allow him to say such crazy shit. So he normally says it. Sometimes he deletes it after he said it. But I mean, once it's out, someone's taken a screenshot and shared it. He just says the most random, crazy stuff. But 50 Cent said, "Oh, fuck today, man. The Knicks lost, the Pope died, and Kanye told us he sucked his cousin's dick for 8 years. I'm going to bed early. Tomorrow got to be a better day." Oh man, maybe I think Kanye West was saying he was like the resurrection of Christ or something at one stage. Maybe he got upset that the Pope outdid him one day. You know, the Pope was big in news, so he's like this. I've been holding this one in for a while. I'm going to tell everyone I sucked my cousin's dick.
There's a probably a celebrity being. If you say something crazy and random, someone will take a screenshot, even do delete it minutes or days later, or whatever. So we'll go, "Ooh, this so did this." Yeah.
You know what was funny as well is everyone, when Kanye West got Kim Kardashian pregnant, everyone was saying, "Oh, those babies are going to suffer," but they were saying it because of the Kim Kardashian. Nowadays, it's like Kanye West is making Kim Kardashian look normal.
Some of the things that come out makes anyone, even the next crazy person, seem being insane.
I was speaking to someone about it. And I reckon it's clearly these celebrities. They get to the point where they, I guess, probably get addicted to being spoke about and addicted. So I think some people like Kanye West don't care if people are laughing at him or laughing with him or talking about him, or if it's good or bad. They just really crave and get addicted to seeing their name everywhere. But some of these memes, I've shared a few on my Facebook, and some of them have been some outrageously crazy, funny ass memes. Speaking about funny ass memes, the man who's the meme of real life is here. How are you, meme?
Kodie.
Hello, how are we all? Yeah, the real Angie. Yes.
I can't say Kodie and his dear friend. I can say Kodie and his. Oh, that's why you've got him out.
I've got him. I got him too. I got Alistair
too. We're talking about sucking cousin's dick, and all of a sudden Angie comes out. How are you, Angie? Did you know that Thailand unveils its first AI-powered police cyborg for the street patrol duty? So that's not going to end well. That's going to be good, AI police walking around.
Don't know insult the king there on social media or anywhere, because you get arrested for it in Thailand. You assault the king there in Thailand, you get arrested. That's a jailable offence.
I hope this week doesn't suck, and then it's just got a picture of Kanye West. I hope this week doesn't suck.
This same thing from Alistair, right?
Oh, that's what I shared as well on Facebook. A dachshund fighting a kangaroo. Pretty much just a kangaroo chasing it, trying to fight it, but the dachshund is apparently smarter. I'm sure we've all seen this meme of like, I bet he's thinking about other girls. Yeah, it's like a girl lying in bed, but he's probably thinking about other women. Wonder what my cousin's up to.
Yeah, I see. I'm spoke to the cat as well. I said I spoke to the cat. If anything's thinking other women, and said the cat bird keeps its mouth shut, but some woman screaming at a cat. And then I saw a picture around as well. Stylesy. No, there's a great couple of Bane Club who people go and be there. Especially got Ladyboys if you want Stylesy. I heard about the title of Ladyboys. Sorry, Stylesy, have you said?
What's his actual account? Because there's so many parody accounts on X.
X.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure it's just Ye, which is Y E.
Stupid.
At Kanye West, CA.
Yeah, it's just YE Ye. It's got like a little yellow tick, which I'm gathering is he's following people that I wouldn't expect him to follow. Well, not that I not expect him to, but I thought he might have some other, because he was held with it's this one. For some reason he's just got a white box as his picture.
No, okay, righto.
Funny, my older phone, funny enough, it doesn't focus on him as much. Maybe it's I'm pretty sure I can send it to. Can I? Yeah, I'll share it to.
My camera focus. This is a pretty old computer itself. There's a brother from a neighbour who was moving away once. Got a good price out of it.
So do people just like ignore him because of the amount of shit he just constantly puts out, or?
He's a shit dribbler.
Oh, like he says how just as I said, he was calling himself a Nazi. He was saying something about Hitler's his idol or something not that long ago, and he was
fuck me, Ash.
all this other stuff.
That's something Elon Musk would say.
He actually wrote 4 minutes ago. He wrote about 50 Cent. I ain't even read what 50 said about this cousin song, so I may have taken things the wrong way because it was hearsay. Feel like N words intentionally put a battery in my back. Something ain't right about the 50 tweet. I really got love and respect for 50 Cent and what he built. 50 a real one, and I'm sorry to 50 and to Yayo and Banks for disrespect. I put that rainbow just to troll.
Fuck up.
Elon Musk
what he's probably done. I am not tough. A tough guy. I never killed anybody.
Yeah, definitely isn't.
Got nobody killed. I'm just Ye. Take it or leave it. This is even more funny now, seeing like that. This is coming from him direct. I normally only see the viral stuff that. Yeah, I need to follow this guy. This guy's comedy gold, and he doesn't even. Oh, what a twat! He says talking to stupid people makes me want to go to hospital.
Says the stupid one.
The reason I said that is he's African American. He's born in South Africa, lives in America now. He's got Canadian citizenship because his mother's from Canada.
Kanye or Elon Musk?
On that, he's got Canadian citizenship.
Who are you talking about, Roger?
Elon Musk.
No, he's no better than Kanye.
He's much more better than you think. Why are you $6 people?
The funny thing is, as I say, I reckon like people like Kanye does a lot of this stuff for attention and just to, because I watched one of his interviews on Joe Rogan, and it was actually the guy actually is quite intelligent or has some useful stuff to say, but just like I guess Elon Musk as well, there's some interesting stuff about it for sure, but then there's some really retarded shit that he does as well that I'm just like, what the hell?
No.
No.
He's a nutcase.
Why? He's got more money than you, Kodie.
Yeah, I don't like him. He's a tool bag. Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
He said 9 hours ago, Kanye, I want Joe Rogan to interview me.
Has he been on Rogan?
He has our scientists.
Yeah, he has.
Figures.
He has. Joe Rogan Joe Rogan's probably grabbing his phone as soon as he saw it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's some good views and numbers for his podcast.
Exactly. That's right. You know, you don't interview these people without, you know, there's a reason why at times people are interviewed. You know, and look how much traction Katy Perry got. You know, when they all went to space, and some of them were hailing it as, oh, it was absolutely wonderful. All these women went to space. You know, power to women, and then others are saying she was, you know, she made an absolute bloody fool of herself for whatever she did. You know?
Did you hear the intro that I said for the show tonight?
Saw your countdown.
I wrote it down just in case I forgot it, but I said molesters with pink eye die, crappy singers fly, and sucking cousins dry. I said we'll be talking about it all time.
Okay. What's wrong, Cody? Can't you keep a straight face? You got nothing to say.
Yeah, Cody, some of the cartoons you watch are more hardcore than this, I thought. And you can't.
Yeah, I thought.
Which part was offensive? Yeah. I guess we kind of got into some of this stuff a little bit early, but what is everyone's opinion? I was going to talk about the Katy Perry space. I mean, obviously, one of the main jokes was that it looked like a penis, right? That was one of the main.
If it does it, well,
apparently AJ lingered in his bum. He fingered my bum.
What does that mean?
Liked it.
Well, have a look at.
I kissed the girl and liked it. He's going with, isn't she the one he said, I kissed a girl and I liked it. And then mumble.
Also, exam one day, Cody.
One of the cheesy bits of information that I found out is apparently someone opened up from the insides the rocket when they came back down to Earth, and then someone told them, like, warned them not to, but apparently it was on live and people saw it and it opened, but they're not meant to be able to be opened from the inside.
Yeah, right.
Only from the outside.
I mean,
obviously there's, when it comes to flat earthers and space and NASA, even though this isn't obviously NASA, but all these people are very skeptical of that's what he did to 50 Cent. When graduation dropped, 50 Cent became 25 Cent, and then he did a rainbow. You probably can't see it, but Kanye West and 50, I remember they both dropped an album the same day years ago. And so that's what he did, and now he's apologizing for it already. So that's the kind of the guy Kanye West is. He says stuff to trigger people, and then he's afterwards like, oh, sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He can jog
sorry. I'm just waiting for the next season of South Park because, god damn, they've got a lot of material. In the last year or so much stuff's happened that the only people that can apparently explain it is South Park.
They do a good job.
I did see like a little bit of a trailer or just like little snippets, like it was more of a teaser, and it looked like Diddy was in space chasing the main boys, and it had Starvin' Marvin, I think, was coming back. Starvin' Marvin was a huge character, but that was when they was paying out where those companies that send all the food to starving kids, and they somehow did an exchange of Cartman went to Ethiopia, and then Starvin Marvin went to Cartman's house and they switched places. And then after a small amount of time of this little Ethiopian boy living in Cartman's life, he's like sitting there eating cheesy poofs going, oh yeah, kick ass, as he's watching TV. Oh, he was such a funny character. But yeah, how can they just get away with so much? Even the name Starvin Marvin, the fact they called a poor Ethiopian boy Starvin Marvin.
Boy. Memories of the early 1990s are again.
The chat's going wild.
What?
I don't think she went. I don't think she went to space. I think she was on soundstage somewhere in Hollywood. That's what it seems like. That's what a lot of people are saying. Joanne, for sure. And Stolzy's saying it's staged.
I think, technically speaking, it was just in. It was like there's LEO, low Earth orbit, and I think it was just in the outer atmosphere sort of thing. So
well, some people say we still can't pierce and go into space properly.
Yeah,
but
who knows?
Madonna looks like she has been through the ringer. She doesn't look real. Where did Madonna get into this? Yeah, Madonna looks like something out of Lord of the Rings. She looks like she could lead the Orc army to victory.
How old is she now?
Old.
Madonna.
I don't know. My mind's saying 60-something.
Madonna.
Going back to my teenage years.
She's 66 years old.
Yeah, I thought she was older than
No,
that.
66. Yeah, she'll be 67 in August.
AJ, you need to go to Specsavers, as everyone loves to say. Maybe from certain angles she might be. I'm surprised I'm still going on TikTok and not even one person has liked this stream yet.
Oh no!
I'm gonna like it once just so my love heart has one next to it. Even Stylzy's shocked by that one. I think she has.
Yeah.
You're typing as shit. I like old slappers. What it takes to go to space, I don't think she was there at all. Well, she's not there at all, but I don't know if she was there at all either. 77? Is she 77?
No, she's 67. She's 66, 67 in August.
The Carmen line
August
is
16.
100 km up. It isn't about the age, it is about her looking artificial. Yeah, she looks like a complete mess. But that's what happens, I guess, when you take drugs and then you have to cover up for taking years of drugs.
Stylzy made a comment that, she hasn't had a hit or hasn't done much in 25 years or something like that. But she doesn't have to, because her songs get just played over and over again worldwide. And each time they get played, they get or supposed to get a residual, So, and there's all those movies and.
Pretty sure they used one in Deadpool and Wolverine from memory.
Yeah.
But like a lot of films will use a song and he'll put that song back in rotation, which means it's going to be played on Spotify and places like that. She'll get revenue from that, and then obviously pay to being used it. And
the movie companies have got to pay a license or whatever is some sort of a fee. It's absolutely.
She makes swamp creatures look more appealing.
Oh, that's harsh.
Sorry, I shouldn't say that about swamp creatures. Sorry, swamp creatures, if you're watching.
It'll be like a second-hand dartboard. Like I say, so much of the stream taken down. What it means.
Yeah, there she is. You're right, Roger.
Because I have to look at myself. I have to look it up. 16th of August? 67? I had to look twice myself when I saw the age. I had a hard time when I saw the age. Unfortunately, about 70.
Oh my God, I swear I say Kanye just trolls everyone. He, as I said on Monday, he was saying about him having an 8-year-old doing stuff with his cousin for 8 years until he was 14 or whatever. Now he's got a video of this Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner and stuff. Because I'm not listening to the video, but it said that time Saint found a video of Kim K and RJ having fun. And then he's reposted it, Kanye, and said, I don't believe in my child being used to speak about porn. Porn is adult content, even though he just did a song about sucking his cousin's dick when they were kids. Like, I don't know, like it just seems like he's playing one big joke, on everyone. Apparently he's the only one finding it funny. Well, Kodie Cocoa Pops has more pricks in him than a second-hand dartboard. No, he wishes he did, Roger.
He means, you know.
I think I've got saved on this.
Yeah.
I reckon I've got saved on this phone the part where Benji told us what his pet life name was.
I know. It's Robbo TDV or something. That's the
I was looking at some PDD stuff earlier. Apparently they're trying to say that he was a swinger. So they're saying that the lawyer defends swinger lifestyle.
I mean, he's afraid of males and females. Katie. That's what it means. He's males or females. Yeah.
I like when Roger explains stuff to Kodie like he's a child.
Yeah.
like he's so innocent. Poor Kodie.
Me? Innocent? That's not. I might look it, but I'm not.
They're saying there's a lifestyle. Call it swingers. They're trying to say that he thought multiple sexual partners was normal, which there's nothing necessarily against it, but there's child trafficking and sexual trafficking and stuff involved. And they're trying to go with it's a swingers lifestyle. Supposedly they gave him a plea as well. He denied. He turned it down, but they didn't say what the conditions were. So they gave him and he denied it, and they're saying that, or he turned it down. They're saying that they're going with it's a swingers lifestyle.
Not much. Not at the moment.
Sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial.
It's bloody amazing.
What's that?
Oh, it's just amazing how some of the stuff he's put on.
Kanye West.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone needs to take his internet off him.
But like you said, you know, you know, the different, you know, these people who are geniuses, you know, they're really high functioning, and they think of things virtually right out of the square that we don't think of, and yet they're either one way or the other. You know, it's just, and we're all sitting here going, what?
But that's, you know, that Terrence Howard's the actor.
Yeah,
he's a really intelligent bloke as well that you wouldn't really know from just watching films. But he's meant to be doing a podcast or something like that soon, where he's going to be exposing like a lot of executives and exposing the industry and like all the crazy shenanigans that go on in there.
I mean,
I only
first became aware of him in Iron Man, and I thought he just played a fantastic role, and I thought he would have been in the second one, but maybe he was, what you see on screen and what you see and what happens off screen is three different things altogether.
What I know is he wanted more money because Robert Downey Jr. was getting a lot of more money, and then they gave it to I can't remember the other bloke's name off the top, but yeah, good old Rhodey. Apparently they're talking about pickles now in the chat.
Yeah.
What, a man who likes pickles? What, Kanye West? More Whoppers or Whopper
Sure, the blogger does.
AJ? A Whopper from Burger King. Do you get pickles on it, AJ? I had 2 fries and 2 Whoppers. I never liked P. Diddy. He was always creepy and gross to me. Yeah, and there's not many guys that I like dancing around in their underwear like a complete freak that I, admire.
Oh no, I've lost 2 subscribers.
Oh no.
Oh,
Massive shame, Joe.
Yeah.
You can't blame me for this time. You're not linked to me.
No, I know. I look, I don't care. But it's funny how when and other YouTubers have talked about this, when you don't, so we've talked about this before. You have to go in and unsubscribe from someone, and it's not because I'm not being offensive or anything like that. I just haven't put any content out in a while. I do the live stream each week, but the actual uploaded content. So happens to all of us. You win some, you lose some.
Apparently Joanne reckons I would think a pickled dick would be soft, not crunchy and squishy. Hands orange covering eyes.
I'm taking. Show them. Doing that. Sounds going to sound like a kid there. Or a teenager. Show them. When somebody say that in the early 90s,
I lost a sub on Hypersapien TV. I mean, it's probably one of the various jokes I've done already tonight.
You don't make
all the topics we're talking about.
Middle of the week. I'm not sure how I gave 2, but 452.
For a while, it happens a lot, but for a while there in Funk and Hungry, I was getting a few subs, then losing a couple, then getting another few, and then losing 2 more or whatever. It just kept them going up, and then down.
Up.
Well, I know, and if I was to put out more content, I'd probably get more subscribers. I'm sure I would, because I do ask people to subscribe. But last couple of weeks has been a bit crazy, and this one I'm uploading now. Oh man, I tell you about. It's one of those jobs I took on, or I thought, oh yeah, I'll do this. It's for around the home here. I eventually got it done, but the way I went about it was just absolutely stupid, And what really had me pissed off was the rain. I just had the shits with the rain. Just could not get over how much rain we were getting, because bloody rain pouring down. I can't do anything, and just we had water through the shed here, not much, but just more water through the shed, and it's just you know, but we've had rain on top of rain on top of rain, and the ground's already sodden, or you know, and it's just yeah. So I probably should have walked away from it, but I thought no, I'll keep doing. You know, you got that in. Oh, I got to get this done. I got it, and at the end of the day, I can, because when I videoed. Like I said, I went around about it the right way, because I did some over here and I did some here and this sort of thing. And when I sat down to do the editing, I thought, holy shit. And most of it, like, I don't know, 75% of it's edited on the cutting room floor. I just couldn't use it because the video was going to be too long. At the moment, it's like 22 minutes or whatever it is now. And it's just, even now, I know people are going to watch the first sort of 1 minute of it, and that's it. There'll be a few that watch it all the way through, but generally speaking, you know, I got to learn to plan out my videos that I'm making, and two, I got to get better at editing. And I know for a long time now, G spent a lot of time editing, and hopefully he's better at it now. And you know, I'm not a. There's people out there who will edit your content for you, and I'm not at a stage to, you know, there's people who are, I don't know how much they cost. Maybe it's worthwhile trying a person to, you know, edit your videos. But yeah, I'm only. I suppose I'm struggling because I just can't. I just can't get into a good rhythm, and maybe the content I'm making is just too long. I've got to make shorter videos, maybe 5 or 10 minutes instead of 20 minutes or something like that. Mind you, there's content I watch that's like an hour. Some of the stuff I watch is like an hour long, or sometimes it's longer. Some of the big, there's a couple of big channels I've watched lately, and their interviews are like 2.5 hours long, 3 hours, you know.
Wow.
That's a serious amount of time. And
Yeah.
for a lot of people, you can't watch that, you know. Or if you do, you've got to break it up, you know. And you can understand why TV shows are only about an hour long, well, including the commercials, so 48 minutes, you know. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to keep going. I'm definitely improving as I go. The more I do it, the better I'm going to get. And I'm sure you've found that, Kodie. You know, with stuff you do and that. Look, I don't mind doing it, but it's when, I suppose, I've got to realise that when I'm not in the right frame of mind, or I'm just feeling shit, I just got to walk away from it. Who's been struck by lightning? Yeah, Peter, you're right. Finding someone. I think I've got some ideas for doing some shorter videos, and like I said, I've got this one uploaded. I just got to go back and check a few things and set a release time and all that sort of stuff. But you know, this particular item I made, which I don't have here, it's upstairs. When I come to do the next one, I'll do it in like a quarter of the time, because I've made all the mistakes. I know what I'm doing. I can just get on the lathe here and just get in and do it, you know. So
There's some says here he lost his subscribers, got to 69 earlier. No, 67.
Really?
That's what I was saying.
Oh, that's no good.
What?
Because I heard a joke earlier, said he looked one number away from a nice number. That's on 68 because I don't want to say it.
No, he's not at that nice number anymore. Oh. Yeah, it's probably trolls as well. People just fucking around.
There's one thing that Kodie and Hypersapien TV got so in common. They both got a channel dedicated for live streams.
Yep.
Yeah. I know you do, Kodie. So watch your streams every Monday unless you state otherwise. But you either might be sick or away or whatever. So with this man here called Kodie From, and same with Mark, every usually every Tuesday, then you move to the Thursdays. This man here called Mark. Yes, and I used to be Tuesday, then you move to the Thursday. Let's just say otherwise.
I'm finding Thursdays much better. I know, Stylesy can't make it, and some people can't make it. I don't mind. I still quite enjoy doing it. You know, it's. I suppose I'm getting a little bit more relaxed at it. I'm not as.
Tense.
Not as tense, yeah. I suppose knowing that knowing the topic, that's that's what I was going to do. Oh, excuse me.
I did a surprise live stream after G's Hypersapien TV's TV live stream ended last Saturday.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
His ended. Yeah, because Mark says this is a surprise live stream too. Because I did a 5-hour one and I decided to set one up during me as talking.
Yeah.
And I thought I pretty much press play till he's finished, you know, because I don't want to disrespect Hypersapien TV and that. He was streaming. I may be disrespecting him in that, and I don't want to do that with people like that because I don't want to compete with no one else. I'm not taking no one's spot, you know. I don't want to disrespect you, this man here from Mark, or this man here, or G.
Yeah. Look, to be totally honest, Roger, it's all right. I understand, and that's really kind of you to think like that. But in all respects, we've got competitors all the time, you know, and it's being what you guys do each week, putting your content out each week. That's good, you know. YouTube knows it, and everyone sees it, and then you send out a link or something like that. That's that's good, you know. But sometimes there are going to be situations where you know, we do go live for whatever reason against each other, or we don't know that the other person's going live. So don't feel bad about it if that happens.
But that's I don't want to compete against someone. That's all. Because I always out of respect, I work around your streams and stuff as well as my own work schedule, martial arts schedule as well. So I like to do it on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon if I do stream, like once a month. So that way I wouldn't clash with G or Kodie or Mark and that, with you, Mark. Plus I work full time too. I work 5 days a week. Plus I do martial arts. I do 3 types of martial arts and I train people and whatnot as well. So
yeah, that's right, Kodie. Kodie and I, you know, we crossed a couple of times. But that's also part of the reason why I moved mine to Thursdays as well. To, you know, just give ourselves distance between each other and have you know, I suppose have a bit of a break, because G was also doing, you know, for a while there, Monday Night Madness, and you know, it was getting all a little bit crazy.
Yeah, this man here, so G From here.
This bloke up here.
I was doing a few days at one stage. most of the time I'd have some of you guys join in. So now you all do your own lives. It's like Roger and Mark were saying. One reason, I stopped doing. Mark was doing Mondays for a while. Then Kodie took over when they changed places. And I could keep on doing them, but most of the time I want other people to do. Well, we all have the same. Most of the time we have the same. Most of the time we have the same sort of viewers, give or take.
Well, I got to give
other people some space.
I got to give a shout out to Peter, who's in our chat, because when I first started doing it, I was just all over the place, and he said to me, he said, just pick a time, pick a night, and stick with it. And he's right. He was right.
Peter's got to be right once in a while, right?
He's probably not even listening now.
I don't think he ever listens to us. He's normally multitasking. Peter's a great bloke. And obviously Peter's someone that's came from knowing Mark and Mark's content and channel over to our channels, and he's been a great little addition to everyone.
Well, I met Peter through Emma, and Peter came over and started following me and giving me some advice, and
Emma's another great person, and Bill's a great character as well.
Yeah.
Him and his gold tins of madness.
Yeah. I wish I think Peter's tried to suggest to Bill.
He still is.
Yeah, he's still here. Yeah. I reckon Bill should
having banter.
Put out a bit more content.
I like having banter. Funny enough, I liked that video of Bill, and he was just cleaning his workspace, but I don't know why. That was entertaining. I reckon it's because anyone that's, I do my art and stuff, and even now I've cleared off my desk a fair bit, but there's still bits and pieces. Sometimes you either don't have a home for certain stuff, or you just don't want to put stuff away too much, because then you probably won't be able to find it again. So you're like, I might need this sometime soon, and you just you have your reasons. But I have started cleaning up my area. I've been meaning to do this for a long time, having a huge clear up and just organising stuff a lot different. Because I have another room, pretty much the room behind me, and that has a lot of stuff in there as well. So I need to organise 2 rooms, I guess.
One thing I got to do, and Mrs. Shed Talk suggested this, is sometimes when I do stuff on some of the machines, I haven't got the right angle. I need to get myself into a situation where, and that's part of the reason why I've gone for the multi-camera setup, to try and get better angles at things, especially when I'm doing something on a machine, to try and get a good angle. And the video it's ready to go. I'm looking at that going,
sorry.
Yeah,
bless you, Roger.
That's not quite the angle I'm going for, and definitely need another angle.
I want to paint this canvas and trying to get this in frame, and me, and the rest of it is going to be difficult. But maybe I'll just do.
If Bob Ross can do it, you can do it.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just do a smaller one for streaming, and maybe I'll just keep people updated with this one. But this one's huge in comparison to the last couple that I've done. As I was saying earlier on my hobby channel, it became like painting Warhammer and miniatures, but it was just an art channel is what I wanted at first, or it was my art and my life originally. That was like how how I was doing it, and that's why at first it was G the Hypersapien, and it was my art and my life, and just I guess learning how to do editing, like you was kind of going into some of this earlier, but learning how to edit, learning how to speak in camera, learning how to do it all, and the rest of it as I'm trying to teach or try to get across the points that I was trying to make. Took a long time to do that, but it's funny how if I was doing content, I'm sure I would have passed 1K a long time ago, but it's still, people are still watching those old videos and I guess finding something useful out of it. My painting video for how to paint orc skin, which is just green flesh, really. That's 21,335 views now. So that one, again, if I was doing content more, it'd probably be, the algorithm would probably push it even more. Or I could, just keep on promoting it. But it's funny how a channel can kind of just keep on going without really doing new content, because I did a couple of live streams. I ended up putting them private, but technically the last video that I did was like over a year ago, how to paint blue armor, and that one's done pretty averagely. It's only 284 views, so very average. But this orc skin one's taken off 21K. It's pretty crazy as well when you look at how many views compared to how many comments and likes and stuff as well, which we've spoken about on here before. There are other videos that have done okay, but yeah, really, if I was doing video content more often, but now at the moment, because I'm painting on canvas and stuff more, like, well, maybe I could just do content on that, and it doesn't really have to necessarily be teaching what I'm doing, because I'm still kind of trying to learn my own style or how to do canvas myself. Like, I kind of know what I'm doing. Pretty much just putting paint onto a piece of fabric, really, at the end of the day, but I'm trying to find my own.
Sorry, what are you hoping to paint on that one, Gene?
I've had a few ideas. It was either going to be one of these orcs from the Warhammer universe, or even the mascot from that hobby channel, which is an orc with like a Viking helmet. Or the other idea that I might do as well is, because I like painting green, because I guess I've painted so many miniatures, but mostly a lot of them are orcs, so I really like painting green and mucking around with greens. But obviously as well, I have miniatures that size, so you trying to paint green on a miniature that size is very different than that canvas will be. There'll be a lot more room for me to blend and mix colors, and probably mix some yellows and maybe even some reds or some blues into the green, because the different, like even on human skin, you see a lot of blues and greens and stuff under our skin because of veins and the blood and all the other stuff. So you get a lot of other colors, and then making that green skin is similar. So they still have veins and stuff. So the veins will be like blues or colors that come in under the skin that is slightly transparent. But another idea I had, I quite like wolves. So I was going to maybe do a huge like wolf, but instead of doing it as a wolf that you would see in nature, I was going to do it as more of like a spiritual wolf with some actual colors in it, instead of just greys and blacks and stuff, which I will have in there, but I add some pinks and some yellows and some. There's a couple of images when I was looking at wolves, and I found like a wolf, but it had, you can tell it's still a wolf, but just in the tips of some of its fur, you can see some other sort of bright colors. So I thought that would be interesting, instead of just doing like a grey wolf, black wolf, or whatever, which will still be fun to do, but being an artist, and as I'm saying, trying to find my own kind of style, so it'll give me an opportunity to like add some colors in it, so then I don't have to be, make it my own a little bit more, instead of just doing it a wolf that you'd see in nature. Just add some crazy sort of flamboyant colors to it, just to some of those strokes as well, when you just get like a paint full of a brush full of just paint, and you just do a crazy little stroke, and Bob Ross talks about it like, like, let's just, there's no accidents and stuff like that. Like, don't worry about what you're doing. And at the end of the day, it's paint as well. But and then I could spray back over the canvas and start again if I really wanted to, as long as I don't put the paint on too heavy. But sometimes as well, it's just sometimes it's the journey, not really You know, like you just enjoy the journey, and the outcome is just a bonus in a way. Like you're getting rid of a bit of emotion, getting rid of a bit of energy and stuff out of you.
You could always do a painting of George R.R. Martin standing in front there with the dire wolf in his hands.
Yeah. Those wolves do look absolutely adorable.
Mm.
They'd probably, if they was the original dire wolf in nature, they'd probably rip humans apart. But
depends how humans interact with wolves, really.
So they used actors for wolves.
I thought that was
the domesticated or not.
I thought that was cats.
Don't. I always watch old Funkin' Hungry videos. I guess before we go on to other stuff, we'll go through the chat a little bit. Everyone can relax. It looks like Roger's already relaxing and doing what he's, I don't know, some dishes. catching up on some dishes in the back. Doing a bit of washing up.
Clean glasses up.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
some Pepsi Max.
She's just being a Plonka.
GPG, he's cool. You're cool. Kodie, he's cool and he's cool.
And Roger's cool.
He's cool. Oh, where am I going? I don't know where I'm going.
Yeah, the Infinity Gauntlet is away at the moment, packed away. But that used to come out on a Monday, so I could snap people and add them to my glove of bullshit. Okay. White Castle has really good ones.
I might jump out of here and I'll go upstairs and I'll rejoin upstairs. So
all right, that sounds good. Yeah.
I'll grab a beverage or something like that. So I'll be back. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
All right, speak soon. The best part of Bill's videos is that he doesn't give a shit if you like it or not. Just in it for a laugh. Fucking those damn grammar Nazis, Peter.
Yeah.
Bless you, Roger. This is true, Styles. Cocoa Pops is the most boring YouTuber with Dolphus brothers from Tasmania.
Yeah.
I always watch old Funkin' Hungry videos. That is really good, G. Mainly because it always comes up on my feed. I'm sorry about that, Stylesy. You are a member of the channel. Possibly could be why. Well, AJ might be showering, perhaps.
Ooh.
Well, you had cameras at everyone's house, Stylesy. How about a dwarf? A dwarf would actually be good because painting all that fur, fluff, beard. He's got a big bushy beard. That would be really
a great big bushy beard.
Like I love in miniature form. I love doing organic stuff, skin, hair, and stuff like that is fun to do because I did that with the Joker, but you kind of keep it layering on top of each other to get the wispiness. Well, G-Funk's various older videos come up very now and again. Oh, well, I just spent half hour trying to sign into Torch Studio. Nope, not going to happen. Stupid fucking thing took me here and there. Yeah, we have to give you the link to if you want to come up, AJ. I will share if anyone does want to join. I'll share the studio. You just click in that and you should be able to come into it. Yeah. Don't worry, sometimes I get annoyed because I've got so many different YouTube channels, emails attached to different YouTube channels. Sometimes it'll take me. Sometimes it'll take me on a bit of a wild ride trying to get into apps.
It's not even a juggling act when you've got different YouTube channels and different email addresses for them and that. Kodie would know that too with these channels and stuff. If you're juggling them all and stuff.
Yeah, I've got the same email for both my channels, or the ones that I use anyway. Yeah.
I know you got more than us too. I saw it. It'd be a juggling act for you too, wouldn't it, Kodie? Like using various YouTube channels with various emails and stuff.
Yeah, it's just a one email for both the channels I use currently.
I only use one. I think that with two of my hotmails for the case.
Stuff the dog.
Email. We talk about cheese piracy. Cheese piracy in the same when that comes back.
Well, someone's fishing for a bit of attention.
What? No, that's a different Kodie Blake. That's not my name.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yours is spelled with a C, isn't it? Apparently. Okie dokie, Mark.
Yeah, apparently.
Sorry. Sometimes my mind goes blank.
Oh, we have Jazz here. Apparently. What?
Jazz.
Jazz is a lot. Jazz is a lot different than I thought. It was like it's like a little blue. It's like a little blue. Well, I didn't expect Jazz to sound like that.
Well then. Well, hello there. Hello there.
I clicked the link on Discord. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I must have put the right link in Discord because Kodie found his way here.
Hey, G, let me tell you something about Scotland. Hey, G.
G. It reminds me of Stewie and Family Guy when it's like, Mum, Mummy.
I love the
Mum. And he does it for like a minute and he's like, Mum. She's like, what? Hi. And then he runs off. Hi.
Are
we talking cheese-spiracy when Mark comes back? Yeah, we might have a bit of cheese.
Stolzy doesn't know who Jazz is. He's a director.
Stolzy wouldn't know his ass from his earlobe if he most of the time. Yeah, Stolzy, did you even have that wagon wheel the other day? I was going to have a wagon
Don't know who Jazz is? What's wrong with you, laddie?
What? Why Scotland have a black flag?
What the fuck?
Racist.
On the chat, it shows the real flag.
Who's Jazz?
Yeah.
This is
you haven't
Jazz.
seen
You
Jazz?
know who Jazz is?
I showed a picture of her on my stream.
Jazz is the cute.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have told him, Joanne. Keep him wondering. He probably would have had a wet dream about someone called Jazz. So how is Jazz anyway? Are you listening to us on TV as well? Pretty sure I heard Roger in the background.
Yeah, she's a right wee little conte.
Apparently, Stylesy saving the wagon wheels for the motel room next week. Oh, I just lost another person of Hypersapien, the hobby. Is your TV hell out of sync or something? I'm pretty sure it's like that's like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I can hear myself talking, but
yes, there is a massive delay. I'm hearing that too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I didn't talk for about a minute, and then all of a sudden I start talking in the background. That's almost as bad as Stylesy saving wagon wheels for a motel room next week. Roger thinks Jazz is Charinator.
That's what I'm thinking. So yeah,
You could be right, Roger. I reckon some people actually don't know who Jazz is. That's crazy.
Yes, who else was mentioned the name of SCOTLAND?
What did you say? SD Oats. What?
SCOTLAND. No, straight out.
Is that your version of the alphabet? Is that the Scottish version of the alphabet? Bugger. Eat a bugger. Eat a little bugger.
Why the hell am I saying it? I don't know.
It's a toughen, it's happened. It's my second all-time favourite song.
What are you sipping on there, Kodie?
Oh, just Pepsi Max.
You're not getting lit tonight.
Nah, I mean, I had drinks with Bianca today, so I'm just having Pepsi Max.
That's all right.
She's your stepmother, isn't she, Bianca Today?
Yeah, she is, yeah.
Do you think stuff changes every week, Roger?
That's thinking, that's all. My brain's always...
Just making sure
that my brain's off. I'm not silly. I knew it's his stepmother, like Bianca.
Maybe this is some Scooby. Maybe this is some Scooby Doo shit, and Roger takes off his mask and there's Jonathan under there. Oh. Jonathan and his questions. You thought this was Roger? Well, actually, this is Big John from America. I haven't heard from him for a while. I need to check he's all right. I haven't actually seen him on Facebook or nothing. Hopefully he hasn't shot off any guns.
I don't use Facebook much.
Oh, look, he's coming to the light.
What?
What's that Kodie's flat looked like my first flat when I moved in years ago? Like, look, it's similar to this, I haven't been doing it on my own. I was 19.
Hey G, why does my face look like an LG symbol?
What's this? Does it care?
It looks like a clock, but apparently there's only 2 dots and an hour on it.
This looks like an LG symbol.
Oh, good.
Do you know who that is yet, Roger?
Stylesy would know. He knows who Jazz is.
Well, Stylesy's liking comments on Facebook from a couple of years ago. Chaz, I believe, is Charinator Joanne.
He's a bloody hopeless. It's not like the accent I'm doing is that good.
We can actually understand him.
The people still unsure.
That's
no offense to Stephen at all. Just having a bit of just having a laugh.
We love you, Stephen.
I love how your version of laugh, even though mine is the same, has an R in it.
Laugh.
No.
Yeah.
Laughing all the time, they just.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I don't know quite what's going on because there seems to be massive delay.
Yeah, probably just turn off your TV or whatever you have on.
But then I can't watch.
No.
But then I can't see the sexies.
We'll just turn the sound off.
It was on.
And also, Roger, why the fuck did you just clean up a glass and now you're drinking out of a can?
What a can?
You went and did some dishes and then you come back with a
can. Looking glass.
Yeah, you were cleaning a glass before that. Why'd you do that? Just to get a can?
I had a can on the table.
You're a funny guy.
I had a glass. Yeah.
So you put it in the freezer, right?
Yeah. Freeze my pie in one piece, isn't it?
Oh man, maybe put it on mute. Share.
That's what I've done. I've got the stream.
Now even I think even Joanne's confused now. That's how good of an accent Jazz is doing. Even Joanne's like, oh, is that chat?
Okay, who do you want me to be next?
Oh no.
Be Cocoa Pops.
Oh, fuck that.
Fuck you guys. You made me miserable. Oh, shut up. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, fuck off. No, I'm not reading the list again.
Only if you come up on stream.
Okay. Well, you come up on stream, yeah, that's right. I'm a miserable git.
I think one of the most famous quotes was, I'm going to leave after an hour if no one else gets...
Oh, he needs to fucking...
I never said that. No, you just put words in my mouth.
Sounds like something you'd say, yeah.
Yeah, I need a shave.
I think he ever says that.
What,
oh, no. Oh, what happened to my legs? Oh.
Who reckons Styles should get up and do a live eating review of wagon wheels?
I would buy that for $1.
Yeah, Styles, get up in here and eat your first wagon wheel on live stream.
Or Turkish Delight.
Do you know he said that the other day?
Have I got a Turkish Delight?
Do you know Stalsy said the other day that he doesn't like Turkish Delight that much?
Oh, that's a lie.
Yeah, he's trying to break everyone's heart.
Hey, Robert, to the vlogger, it's just, I'm not going to swear.
The 2 hour marks here will actually in about 1 minute and a half.
30 seconds.
G'day guys, Robbo here again. Well, welcome to Let's Chat Live, episode 6969. Let me know what you got up to in the chat. That's when you know Styles has watched that stuff too, not much. What's leaning over to do?
What?
Do you have any Turkish Delight?
No, I couldn't find any.
Oh no.
Maybe if I took out the whole box over.
That's a massive box like that.
I thought that box was empty and he was just going through so he could fill something else.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Gee.
Now he's got chocolate all over his lap.
No, shame job. No Turkish Delight.
What? Refund.
It's cherry ripe though.
Who ate all the Turkish Delight?
How much did you pay for them?
Oh, mum had sent these to me. I didn't. Yeah.
Did she eat all the Turkish delight before she sent them?
That's a
I don't know why
box.
people
That's
like
what she
Turkish
said.
delight anyway. Tastes like licking
Oh, they're
an
alright.
old woman's armpit after she's put some perfume on.
How would you know? Have you actually done that, dude?
Yeah. How else would I know the comparison?
Whatever floats your goat.
Yeah, I gave it a fucking hungry sniff before, and that reminds me of that time when I licked that old lady's armpit after she sprayed perfume on it.
They got told
that is a big box. That's what he said.
A big box.
That's okay.
Those things are a bloody rip-off.
Oh boy, gee, here we go. I remember on Funkin' Hungry when I said that's what they them said, because that was when everyone was going crazy about pronouns and stuff. Well, yeah, that's what they them said. We can't say she or he anymore.
Fucking softies.
Oh, yeah, you can call me an it.
Okay,
right, Pennywise.
Yeah. Less scary, but still a massive shit.
Stylesy sent a picture. Oh
no!
Here we go. This is from the director himself. Apparently, he's got a fresh block. Did you pay $8 for that, Stylesy?
You better not have Stylesy.
Show us your Turkish delight.
Come up on camera.
Show us your Turkish delight.
Otherwise, I'll end the live stream.
Yeah, I'm going to chuck a tantrum like that other guy. You have to get up on here, Stylesy, and eat the Turkish delight, or otherwise I'm going to go. Are people still doing the pronoun? Yeah, are people still into pronouns? I thought Donald Trump put an end to that with his superpowers.
Executive order. That's what they put. That's when the US passes laws through, and then he signs it when it passes through Parliament.
Oh, that's a pretty good price, Stylesy.
$350.
Yeah, Donald Trump.
Like 20 years ago.
Donald Trump went quiet for a while. That was all just Trump with his trumpet, going around trumpeting everywhere, and now I haven't heard from the old ginger ranger pope man for a while. Shout out to Donald. I know he watches us. How are you? Apparently he has a double quarter pounder and a Big Mac meal when he sits there and watches us.
Double quarter pounder, heck yeah.
You know that's what his favourite food is, Kodie? His fucking McDonald's.
His favourite what? Sorry?
Donald Trump's favourite food is McDonald's.
No.
I haven't actually... I know that he has his favourite order. I'm pretty sure he even gets the fillet of fish. Filet or filet.
Filet, yeah.
I heard the Funkin' Hungry order a Big Mac, he gets it.
Yeah, I'll get the Big Mac and I'll stick it in the butt.
Settle down, G.
I like how I have.
This old boy Trump and his McDonald's meal.
Right,
that's just a few burgers, right?
It looks like an orangutan. I thought he only ate palm leaves.
Look how happy he is as well. He looks so happy. And you can't just have a McDonald's meal, even though all this food would be going cold by this time. He's even got this guy lighting some candles for him, some fancy candles. Can't have McDonald's without having some fancy ass candles being lit. I hate Donald Trump's McDonald's order. There he is on like a private jet, eating some McDonald's chips. Now I know why Starsy likes them so much. They have the same taste buds. They both like McDonald's chips. Oh my god, they got Elon Musk and Elon Musk with Elon Musk. Elon Musk with Donald Trump, and they're all sitting there having their McDonald's.
They look so happy.
What McDonald's would Donald Trump have?
It's got to be a brony. And the test table, Sadie. You're cool.
So Donald Trump got a fillet of fish. I knew that he liked the fish. He likes the fish sticks.
I'll see.
So he had the fish burger, Big Mac, fries, and a Fanta orange. Elon Musk had a quarter pounder, 10 nuggets, fries, and ketchup. Of course, Elon Musk would have that. He was such a fucking child. You can imagine him. You can imagine him having nuggets and then ketchup. I don't know why I just wouldn't expect him to have anything left. Donald Trump Jr., 10 nuggets and fries. He didn't even have a drink. What sort of lizard creature is he?
I know, right? Fuck me.
I love fish.
RFK Jr. had Big Mac, nuggets, fries, regular Coke. Oh, what? I just realised Elon Musk didn't have a drink either. What sort of weird creatures are they?
What's wrong with people?
And also they have the proper drinks as well. They have the little bottle of Coca-Cola and the little bottle of Fanta. So they don't like the pre-mixed shit. So yeah, there you go. Donald Trump's order: chips, fish burger, Big Mac, and apparently Fanta. It's a pretty shit order. Here he is. Here he is smiling as well. Oh my god! What sort of? He's eating clackers, but he's eating it with a knife and fork.
The fuck?
Apparently, he doesn't understand what finger licking good means. Not going to get finger licking good if you eat it with a knife and fork. John Wayne smiling. He's probably wondering why they say finger licking good. Imagine Donald. I can imagine Donald Trump trying to be cool after, and he starts licking his fingers, even though he ate with a knife. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm just going to do what the rest of it." Starts licking his fingers. He's like, "Yeah, you need to get the grease on your fingers, mate." Well, there he is. Oh, he must be watching his weight here. He's got a Diet Coke with a Big Mac and
Diet Coke. That ain't good for you. Give me Pepsi Max any day.
Same stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. Probably is the same stuff. They just changed the label.
Pepsi Max tastes better.
So Mo Mohammed sent me a message saying Salam G. Salam.
Salam.
You show us your guns, Roger.
I would, but I got none.
I thought he meant your rifle, Roger.
Okay. I know about it going here.
Yeah, I'd have to pay for that one.
What it's like to eat like Trump at McDonald's.
Oh no.
Yeah, really, you should probably vote. Shouldn't you vote for a president based on their diet? You know, at least Trump's discussing the bastard like the rest of us. McDonald's. Even though he's rich, he knows how to eat like a poor man.
No, he's a rich man, he's like a poor man, but afterwards, he's a rich man and poor man's right.
I reckon they've exaggerated here, but they reckon here it's 2 Big Macs, 2 fillet of fish, a large chocolate shake malted. Malted? How do you know you can malt a shake? That's a lot of calories for one meal, for 2,430 calories. I'm a big fan of McDonald's myself. My shameless love of the Big Mac. Public knowledge. It's my go-to order at McDonald's, no less. Of course, I only order one, but who's counting? I'm assuming running a global business enterprise takes a lot of energy, never mind leading free world. Free world? If it's a free world, they'd be giving out free Big Macs. Make America great again.
Oh, no.
You see, men don't like handling things that are bigger than their penises, and that's why I have a problem with Tic Tacs.
The Kit Kats. You have a problem with Kit Kats.
Tic Tac.
Piggybacks.
Hey.
Could you give him a piggyback too? Trump.
We're going to type it in the chat now so G knows what he means.
Jazz, apparently I'm going to say Jazz just people worked it out. Anyway, AJ, if you were going to have a piggyback with Donald Trump, who would be giving who the piggyback? Out of you or Trump? Would you want him to give you one? Or would you give him?
Yeah, thinking along the lines of the story of the frog and the scorpion, and the scorpion ending up stinging the frog crossing the river because that's his nature. I don't know where I'm going with this now, but I would say I would take the piggyback on Trumpy's back.
So you would climb on Trump's back and let him swing you around?
I don't want that fucking greasy motherfucker on my back.
But which one would be the scorpion and which one would be the frog out of you?
Me.
Well, you would be what though?
Me what?
Well,
Me.
Trump probably looks more like a frog with a toupee on.
I'd be the sausage roll.
Ooh,
Yeah. You'd be the sausage roll in my pie.
Well, take it.
Yeah, I'm staying true to my nature and going with Scorpio.
Oh, very nice. I'll just put him away now. Everyone's upset him because they didn't choose the frog.
Oh no, not Kermit. No, I'm sorry, Kermit. Nothing against Kermit.
Yeah, Kermit's the frog of all frogs. Well, yeah, technically, Donald Trump might want to be a frog, but he looks a bit more like a toad, a happy toad, nonetheless. Haven't had a piggyback ride since I was a kid. Fucking hell, Stacy's coming out with his childhood trauma. Haven't had a piggyback ride since I was a kid, Joanne. Sorry, Stacy, didn't mean to bring it up. Maybe you and Trump can have one.
Oh, fuck no.
You can share a fillet of fish.
Is Trumpy's sponge bath time now?
Would you say SpongeBob time?
Yeah, Trumpy needs to go for his sponge bath.
Invite Becky over.
Northern top sponge bath, Japanese type sponge bath. King Louis.
So what happened to the glass you cleaned, Roger? Did you put it back in? Is there a plan? Is there a plan for it to be in the freezer, or you just put it in there and?
Just put it in the fridge. Actually, the next time.
Then you have. Oh, there goes Trump Jr. You eating an Easter egg, Mark? Is that a crunchy one? Or?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh. Well, I've got a pretty good eye for this stuff.
Sure have. Do you want
I just saw the look. Oh, I do have one that I've been chewing on a little bit over the last few days. Oh, it's a Darryl Lee marshmallow, peanut, and coconut one. It was a bunny rabbit.
Oh.
It's not too bad, but
I like porridge.
It's a little bit sweet, but it's all right.
Yeah, this one has a bit of a roasted flavour of that. It's okay, but it's not one I'd necessarily choose again. But it must be from the peanut and the coconut. Must have had a slight. What is kind of called that? You probably can't really show, but it's got marshmallows in it, and it's actually got marshmallow chunks in the actual chocolate. So sometimes you'll get just a big chunk of a marshmallow, which is quite cool.
Very nice. Roger keeps disappearing.
He keeps them disappearing and talking in the distance.
Yeah, thinking to myself as well. We're about to series called Porridge. My dad G would have heard of it. Porridge with Ronnie Barker and all them in it.
Would you say that G once had a bath and a bowl of porridge?
Ugh, yuck.
No, Porridge. You know the series called Porridge? Like some guys in a couple of years and that. With he didn't go for 5 years and stuff.
It's that Cadbury egg sweet tasting, Mark. Can't touch this. Oh my God! What is wrong with you, Starzy? He's going to shave again.
That look like a hammer.
I'll touch it. I'll touch it.
I don't know why I forget about it, and then I remember it when Starzy does it and going for a shave. It's always when sex gets brought up as well.
Shaving time. Okay.
Yeah. Shaven Haven, respect.
Are you shaving upstairs or downstairs?
I was just thinking that same thing. I thought we were going for the silent show. Hey, G, I don't know whether you whether you've looked into it or not, but in the YouTube studio, maybe it's slightly different on Android. I don't know why. You can look at and see when the best time is to upload videos on YouTube.
Where do you see that?
Well, I'm just trying to find it out. I found it the other day, and for the life of me, I just can't get it now.
Around YouTube's 20th birthday.
Yeah, it was a couple of days back, yeah. About 2 or 3 days back, it was 20 years on YouTube. And it showed the first ever video by one of the original creators of YouTube.
Yeah. And also Hypersapien TV's off its strike as well. But it was like I noticed when I went into the studio once that it's gone. It was somewhere in April. I reckon it must have been like April 22nd or something like that was when it came off. Even though
when did you get a strike?
Month or year
ago? Well, I got in trouble because I wrote my pronouns fuck you and suck my dick.
Oh right.
And then someone obviously dubbed me in, and then they were saying that it was like sexually explicit and nudity or whatever. Even though the lyrics, even though the artist that has that song and lyrics in his song, that song's allowed on YouTube. The song's allowed on YouTube, but when I wrote it in the community tab, apparently it was how often the styles of shame. I don't know. He must like it. He must like his gooch pretty smooth if he does it every week.
He could start an OnlyFans with that.
Yeah, AJ was saying he wanted to. Maybe they should do one together. But they don't have to do it together, but separate content on the same. Cody's like, maybe. I'm a bum. I shave once every 3 months.
I'm a bum. I shave it. Run pop. Yeah. I would say once a week.
Past the weight.
Yeah, once a week, yeah. I usually shave this business because last time I had a beard, it was about in 2012, just before I made content.
It's usually about every I think every 3 days for me. All depends. I go a bit longer, so maybe twice a week.
Yeah, mine are normally about once a day, as you can see.
Yeah, the other problem with me is
it's like Homer Simpson
grey up here,
shaving,
and grey up here.
Homer shaved in Simpsons is like he shaved, it looked clean, and then it just puffs back into what it normally has.
Sounds like we're grey now.
Have you ever let it go?
It's fully grey. It's grey there too.
Okay.
But on Mark's side, it'll be fully grey.
Oh, you can't see it. I'm starting
to... grey here,
yeah, I don't care.
Is that who that was? Was that Pete? Was that Pete on before?
It was Jazz, whoever Jazz is.
Yeah, Jazz hands.
Got a manly voice.
Manly.
He's his hiss out. Sorry.
Do you get one of those nail clippers off the internet, G?
Yeah, I'm just trying it out. Is seeing if I should use it as a sponsor. I don't know. Sometimes when I feel like the nails on the side pinch your skin, it's annoying as hell. Okay. I was just doing it. Everyone was talking about shaving gooches. I thought I'd better clip the nails. Shave the gooch, clip the nail, eat the chip.
Tip of the chip. Chip. Sorry. Happy said.
Stylesy back in 15 minutes. Well, I've got my position, so I'll probably go to sleep now on stream. Bit more entertainment.
Sometimes I ain't got a face like this.
You guys try and wake me up as I'm sleeping.
Impo. Righty.
Oh, all right. There's a bit of ankle action. Bit of ankle action for Peter.
I thought you said a bit of anal action the first time. That one made Cody blush and cry. I think he even shed a tear.
Me? Blush? Never.
Yeah, AJ's got it.
Yeah, why does Stylesy have a certain time, and why did he choose to do it on Saturday when we stream?
I don't know.
Maybe he has us in the background playing, and maybe it makes him feel, I don't know, makes him feel more relaxed listening to our voices as he shaves his nutsack.
He's got to be looking at Britney, hasn't he?
What's that?
Yeah, I was going to get into the cheesespiracy, but I don't know if it's too cheesy for the spiracy. There was going to be about the red eye gang, why they have red eyes.
The who?
Have you seen the pictures of everyone with a black and red eye? The reason I was going to mention it is because Stylesy Live reacted it, and I don't know if he knows what it is meant to represent.
I was flicking through, it must have been X the other day, and some guy, it showed a photo of some guy with like a red eye, but it didn't sort of indicate a red eye gang. It had another caption. Itself.
Plus 10. Plus 10. This
is Klaus Schwab replacement as WEF chairman Peter Brabeck Lemay. The former CEO of Nestle's famously stated in 2017 humans have no right to access free water. It's no coincidence that he has a black eye either. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have it.
I'm walking here with a black eye. No. Oh. Well, there's two eyes. That's two. Not if you catch me first, though. I have to wait till you catch me first.
No.
I'll send you this one, G, on X. Have a look at that.
Red eye. Stylesy came back just to write red eye.
Radio 9?
Have you well, I guess this goes for anyone, even people listening. Have you seen the red shoe? Well, I guess you could call it a gang or people that wear red shoes in high up positions in society.
No.
They use it a lot They use a lot of this stuff a lot as well in social and media. But Mark might know this one. Have you heard of the Vril?
Yeah. What is it? The Vril Society. Yeah.
Yeah, the Vril. Yeah. And the Vril parasite. And that's normally what they say about the eye that goes black, and because the parasite goes into the eye and takes over the host.
Oh, righto.
And that's why a lot of these people have the black eye. But it's not really just a black eye. Like, it's not a black eye. If you get punched in the face and have a black eye, it basically looks like this.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Where the eye is like...
You can only see it close up, or?
Well, just a lot of people have had these eyes. There's Biden, the Queen. Lots of people have these, and Parasite got it. No, red is for human skin, Joanne. The Red Shoe Club. Funny enough, Red Shoe Society, Ronald McDonald. But yeah, that's a rabbit hole that you can definitely go down into. Red shoes.
Red shoes, eh?
half hours of entertainment of dream.
What happened?
TV. That's all up there. It's 2.5 hours or so of pure entertainment.
Okay, so
coming presence.
So if you look through society and the symbolism of red shoes, but also there's some very peculiar images of red shoes that look a little bit different than just your average red shoe. But the red shoe worn by members of the Red Shoe Club are often made from human flesh of murdered and sacrificed children. For example, Jewett Pope plus Papel shoes. These red shoes are worn during satanic ritual abuse ceremonies. So when blood falls on their shoe, it blends in and does not expose them. The shoes are are also symbolic of adrenochrome, cannibalism, and blood dripping down the body of tortured children just before falling off their feet.
Yeah, don't forget Pope Francis and his red shoes.
Yeah, that's why this come to mind.
And then Epstein had a bizarre painting of Bill Clinton in a dress, eels in townhouse, and their red shoes.
Also, the fact that Ronald McDonald has red shoes, and also a charity that's aimed at children. As they say, the symbolism will be their downfall once people start to realize what stuff is. Well, there it goes.
Cody's gone. Couldn't handle it.
Probably not poor Cody.
He's probably gone for a show too.
But the parasite that I was talking about before is meant to be a way for them to take over the host, and it's meant to be connected. It's meant to be connected to the reptilians.
He's back.
I'm back.
Because I haven't, the Clinton one was very weird, him in a dress or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Trying to get comfortable here.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just try another platform one night, just for the hell of it. Just do a free version or something.
Yeah. Rumble or something.
Share a couple of. If you ever get time, this is a pretty interesting person, but also pro boards. I'll share it here and I'll share it on Discord as well. This Donald Marshall guy is a huge figure when it comes to cloning and reptilians and stuff.
Joanne says red shoes have historically symbolized power, status, and authority for religious and royal figures, with significance dating back to pre-Roman kings and the Vatican.
Well, if you think about it, a lot of the religions or a lot of the whatever you want to call it, the belief system and stuff a lot of these people are involved in are not anything new. It's all being passed down, and they're continuing this stuff. This stuff has been going on since Babylonian times or before. A lot of these ritualistic stuff they get into, adrenochrome being a drug, and the rest of it is obviously a huge market for that. And as I've mentioned before, if you ever want to know what like adrenochrome is, you can obviously look into it. But in the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas or whatever it is with Johnny Depp, that they have adrenochrome in that. And I haven't watched the film in ages, but when he takes the adrenochrome, everyone starts like looking like he starts seeing these reptilian. But they go to a hotel and he takes a little bit of it, and the woman behind the receptionist, she's like turns into a reptilian. So that could be obviously it's fun and entertaining, but that could obviously be a like trying to put a bit of truth in there as well. Because a lot of times drugs will take away the make you see more clearly, because we have all these restrictions, we have all this stuff that our body is it helps us. Sometimes it can help us tune into stuff that we otherwise are tuned out of. Like I say, like DMT is like the drug that can help you bring you closer to God and stuff like that, because it a lot of tribes, a lot of shamans and medicine men and stuff, they had used drugs in their ceremonies and rituals and that sort of stuff as well. So the real lizards are one of the world's best kept secrets. They are ancient, subterranean lizards. World leaders, celebrities, and the elite are not only aware of these carnivorous, sometimes parasitic, wild creatures. They enable them. Real have an ancient agenda to dominate, and they work to fulfill that agenda with the human beings they infect with their parasite, a process called droning. The secret of real lizards, although not so secret anymore, is part of the knowledge attained at the highest level of secret societies, groups, clubs, etc. Everyone who has come to know that something is very wrong in the world, and that all of the countries somehow connect and have no interest in the health or happiness of the people. So many conspiracies, which in fact are true, veiled by the very people affected by real lizards, are obvious today. Everyone seems to be desperate in attempts to connect the dot on what and or who is the driving force behind all of the madness. You ever wonder as well why they use an eye in a lot of they use it a lot in Egyptians, but there's different versions of the all-seeing eye, of why they use an eye as a symbol. I guess they say the eye is the window to the soul. They use the eye as a representation of a lock. What you discover depends on how open your mind is, how eager you are for the fundamental truth, and how awake you are to the fact that something is wrong. Far worse than wrong, the evident evil driving the corruption and darkness of the world today will be better understood once the secrets of real is fully revealed. The rude discovery further ties together a myriad of outrageous yet undespicable occurrences, situations, and claims together in a way that cannot be ignored once understood. Some will call it nonsense, and others will feel the sense of it all in their bones. Oh, not everyone's tuned out. Hello.
just listening to the dulcet tones of the G man.
They say to where, and yeah, that's that this could be why a lot of people have those certain looking eyes that if you even Google it, many celebrities, politicians, entertainers, politics, like world leaders, you'll see them all with one eye that is bruised or one eye that's black.
Yeah,
also, it being a symbolism, a lot of people will cover one eye. They will they'll cover one eye or do very cool, snazzy little poses with just one eye showing. You know, they'll cover one eye or they'll have one eye, and you know, is it a coincidence? Some people are probably sellouts, as in like they're trying to be cool, but they're not a part of the same club. But yeah, you start wondering why one eye or an eye is being a sin. It is Yoda Girl.
Hey.
Ooh, hello.
Hello.
Hi, fellas.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Yoda Girl.
Hi, emergency.
How you guys? Pardon? Thanks, Roger.
Sweet. Hi, emergency.
Oh, you're a gentleman, Roger.
Yeah. I like it.
Bye, mate.
Hello.
Who was doing that symbolism a while ago? Was it that singer? Wasn't it Tay doing some sort of symbolism? Didn't she get some?
A lot of them have Illuminati, but obviously the Illuminati are meant to be associated with what I'm talking about, and a lot of it is a part of the same agenda. But yeah, there's a lot of people that do a lot of Illuminati, different symbolism, and a lot of it comes from stuff like Freemasonry, but it's branched off into its own category. Because you do speak to some celebrities or some people, apparently when you do get very big, influential, in whatever field you might be in, they give you the opportunity to join or not join. And some people have, because I like my hip hop, some people have openly said they've been asked to join the Illuminati and they've decided not to go that way.
There's also a university one called the Skull and Bones as well. Some university in the US. Right. The Bushes and the Clintons been there and stuff like that.
The Donald Marshall Pro boards that I shared on in the Awakening part on the G Spot, that has lots of different information about this stuff. Donald Marshall is a very interesting person, but he does come across like a bit of a big-headed, egotistical twat sometimes as well, though. But he's someone that apparently has been in a cloning center since a child, and because he's gifted when it comes to music, he's apparently made a lot of the hits for people. He's meant to be who is depicted on this Megadeth album cover as well.
Well, I reckon we need this one.
No. Illuminati, unisex.
Oh boy.
Is that a fucking Wi-Fi shirt?
Yes,
Wi-Fi.
Oh, there
you go. There you go.
They are too funny.
They are. Illuminati.
I'm surprised that he probably has. They probably have already done. They probably covered Brill lizards, haven't they?
No, they haven't. They have covered a lot of the stuff.
Maybe there's certain stuff you shouldn't talk about on YouTube. Lucky we're not talking about it on YouTube.
They do. I think they've been demonetized on some of their videos. They did.
Right.
They did do symbolism. They did do a video on symbolism. And I think Bohemian Grove got talked about in one of their
Correct.
videos.
Yeah, they did a little bit on Bohemian Grove, right?
Yeah.
Bohemian Grove is a different type of ritual and stuff, though. But yeah, it's a different deity that they sacrifice to. But it is a blood sacrifice, and obviously they try to make out that these days the sacrificial part is not anything too outrageous. But
yeah, but do we believe
a little bit. Do we believe anything, really?
True.
Do I believe what's happening right now is real? But this is a little bit about the droning process. Droning occurs when a vril injects its quill proboscis into the human eye, where the lizard's parasite takes over the human host brain. It is terribly painful for the human being until the human consciousness dies and the vril parasite consciousness is in full control. All or most memory and ability of the former human is retained, and the lizard's consciousness now mimics the former human's behavior. The former human is now a drone. These are the people that are used by vril to infiltrate governments, religions, legal and financial systems, organizations, and or corporations. It is not uncommon for male or female drones to lose their hair at a younger age. Intelligence seems a little deceased, with a minimal capacity, if any, to understand sarcasm or dry humor. Well, at least we're safe to say that I'm not one. Offspring, maybe that's why. That's maybe why I was born with such a good sarcasm. Offspring have increased risk of various birth abnormalities. Drones often seem incapable of empathy, sympathy. They can quite often display psychotic behaviors. Drones enjoy perversion, sexual deviance. Maybe we are all of them.
Oh boy.
And
Sexual deviance. No.
Self-gratification. The drone will seem to be an ill human until fully recovered from the parasitical infection, which takes varying degrees of time, but is usually minimal. The eye that was droned with the proboscis will be affected and sometimes never fully recovers, leaving the affected eye to seem different from the other. Most drones appear completely normal and walk among us. And then they have a picture of what the symbol of, it's normally the Eye of Ra from the Egyptians, and then they have what it looks like on a human.
I've got that on screen right now.
There, in the white, like this little Egyptian thing with the eye there, and the pyramid.
Isn't that a naked alien?
Yeah, it is. But that's the shirt. So you've got the reptilian, you've got the alien, you've got the eye, you've got Bigfoot, pyramids, triangular UFOs. You got Mothman.
You've got Mothman, I reckon. I love Mothman.
We got Mothman.
Mothman up in the top. I reckon that's Mothman in the top corner.
You've got the classic Bigfoot pose where he's getting his crip walk on.
Yep. The pyramids, the DNA sequence. Yeah, it's all there. I might have to buy something from their shop one day.
The real proboscis connects with the human eye and releases a foamy substance where the parasite injects itself into the human brain. The unfortunate human suffers temporary agony. Once the parasite is effectively in the brain, the human ceases to exist, and the vril is in control of its host body. That age-old Eye of Horus symbol represents the age-old droning process that has been so effectively concealed from the history books. The drones ensure the real agenda continues successfully, and the fearful and or willing compliant humans effectively aid them in their mission until now, even though this is pretty old stuff. But and then they go into a lot more.
So who's supposedly
just
doing this? Aliens?
Yeah.
Is that what they're
Who's
saying?
doing it? Who's doing
Who's
it?
doing it?
The real.
Yeah.
So this is just a draining process of them being able to infiltrate and control humans. But yeah, the lizards, the reptilian people, that is depicted all through media. Has been hidden throughout history, even though there is lots of statues and representations of these creatures throughout history if you look into it enough.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Simpsons have their own version of the aliens that infiltrate the government, and they change their forms. Drones do not have lizard eyes. They are no major or obvious physical changes to the human body. The only changes that the human consciousness has ceased to exist, and the real consciousness is now in control of the body. Drones are not shapeshifters. Once the lizard takes over the human, there is no transferring in or out of the body, as it is a permanent one-time transfer until the human lizard consciousness perishes. Shapeshifting is thought to be a metaphorical description of droning, as it was difficult for people and or their cultures to communicate the existence of real, much less the droning procedure, in a way that would not bring them harm or attempted to expose the ancient secret or to preserve any information whatsoever. Like, I guess it would have been, before internet and stuff like that, it would have been very hard to leak information without getting found out and without being able to expose what's going on. Excessive or increased blinking and or lip licking. Hang on, I just need to lick my lips. May possibly be lizard traits that transfer with the consciousness. Drone offspring having... Oh, Kodie's gone to sleep. Drone offspring have... Thank God Charinator's not here. He'd be freaking out. Drone offspring have increased chance of various syndromes and or birth. When I read heaps, I can get into it, but then I get tongue-tied when I act like an idiot. Birth abnormalities. Drones are not nice people, or drones are not nice people. They are lizard consciousness who killed a human being via a parasite to assist a real agenda. Most drones are ruthless, psychopathic, sexually driven, and sadistic. It is reported that the genitalia has an effect on male genitalia, leading to an appearance of an underdeveloped penis. Hair loss is reported to be a common trait among male and female drones. More skin abnormalities appear, such as moles, skin tags, age spots, etc. There are different books here and stuff as well that it's going into it.
Didn't David Icke talk about?
Yeah, Ike's talked about the reptilians.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Jim Carrey that said Donald Trump was one as well. But the difference is you have to realize that they can either use the proboscis to take over a human consciousness, or they can be the actual creature themselves, which is able to shapeshift. And that's what ages ago I looked into when I look into stuff. I remember Jim Carrey saying that he saw Donald Trump shapeshift. Probably explains why he eats so much McDonald's. And then and then I haven't even got into the cloning side of stuff yet. because the cloning is something that the Vril do as well. Is they run these cloning centers because a lot of these world leaders or very big influential people are Vril, so they do cloning. They do what I'm explaining here. Yeah, the cloning stuff.
I said when Biden was elected, and people thought I was crazy, but I mentioned it to some people, and I said he's not the same guy who was the vice president. I mean, I know he was older, but I was like, something's not right. I'm like, it's almost like he was cloned. And
either that or what I'm saying is, like when the consciousness has gone from the Schumann version to the Vril, you will definitely notice changes in them. And it probably will explain why obviously people age and they have all these different diseases and stuff themselves. But he definitely was acting weird. He's definitely been acting weird for a while. So it could be the fact that the Schumann consciousness has died and the Vril consciousness is possibly, not is on the end, like it's on its way out.
Yeah. Didn't
they do a close-up of Biden a while back and compared it with, like, it didn't seem like the same person?
Also, a lot of these people, which who knows if it's like demonic possession or if it's them being taken over by different entities, like a bit more physical of nature. I've always noticed that a lot of these, like the Queen, her husband, the Pope, they all have these eyes that are very dead, like almost very, like the just eyes that I've always noticed are just, I guess the easiest way to explain it is they just have this evil look to their eyes and they don't seem alive anymore. Well, there's no, and you can't blame age and stuff because there's plenty of other old people in the same age brackets of them that still look very alive. It was like when I said goodbye to Soul and his eyes went from being like having light in them to disappearing, and they just that's how I could kind of tell he wasn't there no more. But a lot of these Schumans, they have that look to their eyes that you look into them, and they just have this like very evil. And they do say, "Oh, the eyes are the window to the soul," but you can see that there's no good behind it or no light behind it. It's just like, to me, it just screams evil to me.
Watched for ages now. I wanted to watch a movie, and it's got Matt Damon and Emily Blunt in it, the Adjustment Bureau, and I found it quite interesting actually. And there's these people. Well, they appear to be people to us, but they're not. There's something else, and they go through and make changes to certain points in time or history, certain things, and it's about, in this case, they wanted to stop these two falling in love with each other because otherwise a certain timeline would not happen for either of them. It's quite interesting, and
have you seen the film?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let you continue before I jump in.
I was just going to say it's been out there for quite a while, but I had to.
I mean, there's so many films that either have symbolism or they're giving you feeding you just little pieces of it. Have you seen the film They Live, Mark?
No, but I've heard about it.
It's a really good film. It's kind of this stuff that I'm talking about, but it's done in a way where it's still original to its own material and stuff that you can tell. And it's basically this guy finds these glasses, and when he puts them on, he sees the world for what it really is, and he sees these they without the glasses they look like humans, but when you put the glasses on, they're depicted as like almost zombie looking. Or you can see like the skeleton of like they look like a skeleton or like a zombie dead. And then they start to realize that he can see, so they start like trying to take him down. But even when he puts them on, he looks at like Coca-Cola, and he looks at like a reproduction billboards and stuff, and he sees it for what it really is, like reproduce and obey, and like it just turns from what it is to what it actually means. You know, to consume and buy and the rest of it. But that's a very cool film. It's very old school, but even if you're, I feel like even if you're not necessarily into the stuff I'm talking about or even care about it, it's still a good enough film that it has a good enough storyline.
I actually went to watch. Sorry,
John Carpenter.
That's okay. No, I just said John Carpenter was the director of They Live.
Yeah, he does some amazing movies.
I went to watch the Expanse on, and we've got Amazon here, and anyway, it started for whatever reason it jumped to the 4th season or something. So I went back to the first season, went to watch the first episode. And it said it couldn't play it because of some rights issues. And I thought, come on, seriously? Yeah. It's like you want to watch something, you're paying for something, and you can't watch it because I don't know if it's the same on other platforms. But yeah, I was a bit disappointed in that.
Well, this is kind of like a not totally different, I guess, but off a little bit. But I was mentioning how films will basically show us the truth, like cloning. It's still funny if you say to someone that we could clone like humans and stuff, they would still look at you like you're an idiot. A lot of people would, wouldn't they? They would be like, "How can you?" But then we have just cloned direwolves or a wolf using some direwolf DNA and then manipulating it with different canines and creating a new species, which is direwolf, but not quite. But then if you were to talk about human cloning, but if you were to talk about human cloning, again, you would be like, "Where's your tinfoil hat and stuff?" So I just like how people, and also they're saying how they want to clone the woolly mammoth necks, and also they've all spoke about for a long time doing this to dinosaurs. Now, if they could potentially do this with DNA that is so old, but then you've got plenty of subjects when it comes to humans and human DNA, and there's plenty of there's no limit to what they can do with human DNA because there's plenty of subjects walking around. But yeah, there's just I find that interesting. But yeah, looking into cloning is definitely something that, if the real stuff I was talking about is interesting, I haven't even started to get into any of the cloning side of stuff, which I did at one stage look into quite heavily.
Well, look, if they're doing it with animals, they're going to do it with humans. It's just a matter of time.
Well, they've definitely done it with humans because there's even a baby that they cloned. But even if you don't look into this, even if I don't look into the stuff that is more hearsay or conspiracy, there's definitely evidence of them actually cloning humans. But also on top of that, and science, and they're starting to openly say this to the public now, that there's technology that you can transfer your consciousness from one avatar to another. So now when they say the Queen's dead, the Pope's dead, and all these other people, how do you know they haven't transferred their consciousness already with this technology that is available? And also it is now being pushed in mainstream media like movies. I know there's this one with Robert Pattinson that's came out recently, and he's like, every time he dies, he can transfer his consciousness into different bodies. but they spoke about cloning and the transfer of consciousness in there's a lot of stuff I haven't watched, but I know of it. There's a lot of series about human cloning and transferring your body into different. One that I found was quite interesting. They cloned Tyrone. It had is it Jason Boyega and Jamie Foxx, and it was a pretty interesting film. It had quite a lot of weird stuff in it. They was like drugging people with this. It was like KFC or like a chicken fast food company, and they was dumbing people down basically with the food, and people was getting addicted to food as well. But on top of that as well, they this guy is like basically every time he died, he kept on waking up in another body. And if you look into this Donald Marshall stuff that I was talking about, he talks about it, and what it is when you go into REM sleep, your consciousness is transformed from your normal body to the cloning center, and they can put you in different clones. And every time he goes into the cloning center or other people, Kodie's like, "What the fuck is this going on?" Kodie looks like he's about to freak out. But yeah, there's that when you go and what they do, and I guess one of the reasons they do cloning is because then celebrities and different people with a lot of money can. Well, there it goes. Must have been something to say. He'll blame Talk Studio again. Yeah. But yeah, if people aren't into this, then you feel free to log off or whatever. You don't have to listen or watch. And this is just from a lot of research and a lot of looking into stuff. I don't know, I'm not there, so I don't know for sure. But I've looked into it a lot. But Donald Marshall is one of the biggest names that talk about this stuff, and I'm showed a little bit. I mentioned a little about it before. And one of the reasons they do this is because then you can kill a clone. Like people will pay to kill a clone or whatever, and it's a lot of money's obviously involved. And then you have the real side and all this other stuff that comes into it as well. But yeah, then they say that these people that go to the cloning centers, your consciousness is transferred from your physical body when you go to sleep. And there are ways as well that you can try to block them from taking your consciousness. There's like certain materials that you can put around your bed and stuff like that that supposedly stop your consciousness from being able to be taken away. But then when you go to sleep, you wake up in your cloning body, and then that's when they can do all sorts of stuff. And if you don't abide, they can just kill you, and then you obviously will feel that physical pain, and then that pain will be traumatic and transferred with your consciousness back to your normal body. But then they can continuously do this over and over if they want. But it's a very interesting way to communicate as well, because if it's transferred from your clone back from your consciousness into your body, obviously you kind of have all those experiences. It's like you're living in real time, and then you go back to your body. But I've spoken a little bit about lucid dreaming as well in the past, so it's probably a little bit like that, but lucid dreaming is more you going into your spiritual body instead of a physical body.
Right.
But I have spoke about me being able to do that a lot when I was a kid, and just I don't know, like it's definitely funny as you get older. Unless you do stuff to keep continuously work on that side of you, it just comes and goes. That spiritual side or those abilities that you may have. Because I remember I used to be able to pre-program dreams as well. And when I knew I was in a dream, I used to be able to do like crazy shit like Superman, because I'd know it in the dream. I'd go, okay, I'm in a dream, so now I'm just going to be able to fly or whatever. Because I'm,
They're called lucid dreams. Isn't it called lucid dreams or something?
Yeah, so it's basically when you know you're in a dream, so then you're able to push the boundaries of reality because you know that you can do what you want pretty much in dreams.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Lucid dreams. Yeah.
Fucking hell, Roger! How many have you had?
Steady on you, bloody Alfie. Oh, you can't have it now, Roger.
It's all right, Roger. You don't have to cover it.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah. He's got his collection for recycling.
Yep. I need to get some more on that, though.
Yeah.
He's going through that door again.
Oh no.
I think we went a little bit too far for some people. AJ's like, I need someone to talk nonsense with. Hey, Joanne wanted some cheese, and Mark wanted a bit of cheese tonight. Well, I don't think Kodie ever wants cheese, but he got a couple of slices as well. Hopefully, you brought the crackers.
I think he got a whole block tonight.
To be honest, I think he's got a few blocks and then just a few left over that he hasn't even got into yet. And that's just me talking for what, an hour or something or less of just random stuff. That's just the tip of the Titanic, in the iceberg, in the water.
Tip of the, you know.
That's just the tip of the penis.
You can offer crying out loud.
Well, I reckon
there's so many rabbit holes you can go down. Sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right, Joey. You're right. There is so many holes you can go down to, you know. And it's, I think you got to draw a line somewhere. I'm sure there's some sort of truth behind it somewhere, and it maybe gets distorted over time, like, you know, Chinese whispers or phone call or whatever. You know, you tell one person one thing and then the next person tells the person something completely different, and you know, it definitely gets lost in translation. But I would recommend everyone go watch, there's a YouTube channel out there called American Alchemy, and it's by this guy called Jesse Michaels, and his most recent interview, it's absolutely incredible. Joanne, the gentleman I'm going to mention now, you may have heard of him, Dr. Harold Melgren. He played a pivotal role in the various leaders throughout the United States over a long period of time. And it's a pretty serious interview. It goes for about 3 hours or something, 3.5 hours, something crazy.
Wow.
It's an eye-opener. It was an eye-opener for me too. So it was absolutely fascinating. I might put the link in the chat.
Who did this? Who did the
I'm just about Jesse Michaels. He runs a YouTube channel called American Alchemy. American Alchemy. I'll just bring it up.
I watch a channel called Conspiracy Files, and it kind of gets a weird rap, but he like dives deep into a lot of like what the elites are doing, and he does things in Europe and for Europe and not just the United States, and it's quite interesting, all of the deep dives that he goes into.
This gentleman, Dr. Harold Melgren, phenomenal. he was a former presidential advisor to not just who goes. He's got a long list here.
I just gained another sub. Lost 2, gained 1.
Cool.
Maybe someone's ready to talk. Sorry, Mo.
Yeah,
I've got another sub.
I say instead of a brother.
So he was like he had relationships, as in he was an advisor to JFK, LBJ, Nixon, Ford, quite a lot. It's actually like 3 hours and 51 minutes, so 4 hours, and they go in a lot of detail. And of course, Jesse Michaels has been putting out a lot of stuff to do with the UFO subject, and he really does a fantastic show. Well, not just a show, but he just does fantastic interviews. And I just can't speak highly enough of his stuff. Go and watch it; you'll really enjoy it. It's just.
So did anyone?
I'm gonna check it out. Thanks.
Did anyone look into the JFK files that were released? Because I never got around to it, bothered. You know how they made it. You know how they made it public. Apparently, what happened with JFK?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever look into those files?
There is quite a few channels out there talking about that, and Representative Anna Paulina Luna is heading that. You can follow her on X, as well as I think Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee. He's in there as well. He was pushing fairly heavily for the UFO side of things. Also, there's some more UFO hearings coming up in Congress too. So that's why I know so much about it, Joanne. I follow a fair bit of what's coming out of your country there.
Okay. You can simply go to the National Archives and pull up the JFK assassination records, which is I've done that.
And they've also just released a bunch of new files to do with JFK and UFOs and things like that. There's more to come.
It's a lot. Like some of them are like 22 or something thousand pages. Like it's not just like, here's 100 pages. Like, there's like I think there's a ton of information that they've released on JFK. That is a conspiracy. The whole Kennedy family, to go down that rabbit hole is crazy. I mean, when they talk about like the Kennedy curse and like, all of the deaths and the misfortunes throughout the Kennedy family, not just JFK and Robert Kennedy, but like the oldest sister and JFK's son, and the list goes on, and they talk about the conspiracy of the curse, so it's a bit that's a bit of a rabbit hole itself. Interesting, and really sad, actually, really sad.
Did everyone see that everyone was saying to check out covid.gov 19th of April?
No.
And what is that about?
They were basically saying that about a lot of the lies that came with. So they say was basically saying about that Dr. Fushi, is it? Fushi, that pushed a preferred narrative that COVID-19 originated naturally.
Oh, you're thinking of Fauci.
Fauci, that's the name. So I'll put it on Discord.
Another good YouTube channel to look at is Richard Dolan. He's a UFO researcher. He comes from a historical point of view. He does some great content. He also has Richard Dolan members, but a lot of stuff he puts out is free. He's done a fair bit on JFK as well over the years, and it's just when he talks, you listen to the guy, and he knows what he's talking about. And his wife is quite a well-respected remote viewer. So it's pretty interesting.
Does she remote view for the government?
I don't know who she remote views for, but I know she does do it. She doesn't talk about it much, but she's done. I think she's done a few UFO conferences in America. There, I'm a little bit jealous, Joanne, because you guys have some great UFO conferences over there. I'd just love to go.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot. Yeah, we have quite a few. You're right.
Yeah.
So what happened to all the drones and stuff and all the craziness that were happening, and there was meant to be again like disclosure and other stuff, and then it just got swept under the carpet again, it seems.
Yeah, if you listen to the spokeswoman for the Pentagon, she came out and said that it was what was their tagline? It was the FAA certified drone flights. So in other words, it was that was just a throwaway line. And Ross Coulthard is a good one to follow on this, because he is working for News Nation, which is a news outlet in America there. Joanne, I'm not sure if you know of News Nation, but
I do. I do. Yeah.
Yeah, they do some great stuff, and they've talked about it. And from what I'm hearing, the drones have not stopped. It's still happening. So
correct.
So, and no one's saying what they are. They're all saying we don't know, and all this sort of thing. You know, they come out at night time. They linger for a long time. All this sort of thing. You know. So. Just goes to show you, I probably watch too much YouTube and too much stuff that comes out of America.
Oh, apparently I went too far with the cheesepiracy before. Apparently I went too far for everyone. apparently you can't go too far with the cheese. That was only a little bit of cheese. That was more me just eating a few crackers and cheese. I didn't even get out the whole board. I didn't even get the different cheeses out. What was the stuff that you wanted to discuss though yourself, Mark?
Well, I did mention it, Jesse Michaels and American Alchemy, especially that his most recent interview. Unfortunately, the gentleman has now passed away. I hadn't heard of him until now, but the story he tells with his daughter, she's also well respected too. I think she's a doctor or something. He does cover it. It's just phenomenal. And what this gentleman has done, and what he talks about on the UFO situation. I also watch another guy called Area 52, Chris Ramsey. He's a magician. He's got a good YouTube channel going. The other one I watch is Vetted. a guy by the name of Patrick. He puts something out every day. Ross Coulthard, News Nation. Also, he does with Ross Coulthard and Bryce Zabel. Sit down and do Need to Know YouTube channel or podcast. Preston Dennett. Preston Dennett's another good one.
Yeah, I've seen a bit of his stuff.
Yeah, Preston is putting out. He puts out a video once a week, and he does humanoid encounters one week, and the next week he puts out UFOs in your hometown. And it's, look, I know it's not just America, it's all over the world. There's absolutely, there's people say that, there's no such thing as UFOs or anything like that. That's not true. It's they've been around, they've been here for a long time. They've been depicted in, for instance, take the Bible, for example. There's an example in there of Ezekiel's wheel, which is a wheel within a wheel. Some people say that's a UFO, and yet at the time it was noted, that's how they describe things. And then, there's UFO research groups all around the world in pretty well every country you can ever sort of think about. So I find the subject fascinating, and there's no doubt, especially with when you look at James Fox, director, and the movies he's put out, the phenomenon. I can't say that word. I know what
phenomenon.
That's it. Yeah, go look that up. I know what I saw, Out of the Blue. That's just a couple of his titles. Just look up James Fox, director, and you'll see what he's done. The body of work he's put out, especially covering the case in Virginia, Brazil. There's also the big case of Ruhr, Zimbabwe, and also
I heard about the Zimbabwe one.
Yeah, and also the case in,
and also everyone's favourite, Roswell.
The
swamp gas, weather balloon.
Weather balloon.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. That was just a weather balloon.
And actually, there's another one that I haven't. It's not coming up, even though I've watched some of his stuff. It's not coming up in my feed, or just in the. Even though I'm subscribed to him, but he calls himself UFO Gerb, G-U-R-B, or UAP. Sorry, UAP Gerb. He does some deep dives into some stuff, and it's really, really good. He does really good work. Who's the other guy that I'm thinking of? Michael Schratt. He's a great UFO researcher. He delves into the Leonard Stringfield files. Leonard Stringfield was a UFO researcher.
See, I wanted to very much get into this stuff, but I think my problem is I enjoy looking into too much stuff where I don't really dedicate my time just to one topic. But I'd love to. For a while there, I did communicate with people that would go around looking for UFOs and stuff. And they'd go out and try and find them or just document them. There's definitely there's some big groups in Australia that do that.
Yeah. Excuse me. The other thing I've been looking into is the pyramids. There's an Aussie guy that's now living in America. He does quite a few trips to the pyramids. And his name is Ben Van Kerwick, and he runs a YouTube channel called Uncharted X. Does some mind-blowing stuff. He hasn't put anything out lately. He's been away, obviously. He has done a couple of live streams, but there's a lot of great stuff out there of people doing stuff on the pyramids, Göbekli Tepe, and I do watch. I don't know if you watch Fade to Black at all, with Jimmy Church at all, Joey?
No.
No? Okay. Look, they're just a few that I watch. There's more out there. And since there's more come out since, there's also the stuff that Lou Elizondo puts out now. He's a former intelligence officer. He's written a book, plus he does speaking tours and things like that. He does pretty good stuff. Spaced Out Radio is where I really started with the UFO subject. Dave Scott out of British Columbia there. Joanne, I don't know whether you listen to Dave at all. I used to.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I don't listen to it, but yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I think he does some good stuff. I used to watch him fairly religiously there for a while, but that's where I met Dogface too. Was in that one, and he does some good stuff. There's an episode I've got to go back and watch, and he covers a lot of topics. He's not afraid to take on topics. There's for me, there's just too much overwhelming evidence that there's various groups in America, and that's aerospace industry, government bodies, and things like that. That they have possession of crashed or recovered UFOs. No doubt, absolutely no doubt.
I mean, as I've mentioned a few times, I've definitely seen them with my own eyes.
Yeah,
that doesn't prove what's actually happening with them. If it's technology taken from somewhere else, and obviously man has used it for itself. But also, a lot of times they just seem to be doing just the most random shit that makes you wonder why they would just be in ovals and in the middle of nowhere. I'm sure if there is different, if it's not humans, if it's a different type of being out there, like I'm sure they've gone and collected evidence from trees and nature and stuff by now. I like to think it's like some Men in Black, but I like to think it's like Men in Black shit that they're like hunting some alien in the middle of nowhere.
Another great researcher, he's out of Canada, and that's Grant Cameron. And if anyone's gone down the rabbit hole, it's him. He's written books and things like that. One I probably should get, which really interests me, is a book called UFO Sky Pilots, where he talks to a lot of people, quite a lot, people who were taken on board the UFOs and taught how to fly the UFOs, because they were told at a certain time that they were, they would come back. And this researcher, Grant Cameron, he's also looked into the musicians that have been, that sing about UFOs and things like that. The Moody Blue, he talks about one band, the Moody Blues, how they have a song, When the Silver Seeds Return, and referring to silver being UFO, so it's one of those things. If you, like G, if you start looking, I just got to take this out. Sorry, folks. If you start looking, you're going to find, you're going to go find stuff that is going to open your eyes or send you to the madhouse either way.
It's true. It's true.
So they're just a few of the really good researchers out there, and I'm sure there's plenty other really good researchers out there. Oh, another one, of course, I haven't seen or much from him lately, but he's been very busy, is David Marler. Do you know of him, Joey?
No, I haven't heard of him.
Oh yeah, no, he does some good stuff. He really does.
Is he in the US as well?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I'll just put that. And there's, the guys over at the debrief, things like that. So David Marler actually has a research centre out of his own home, but recently they've upgraded to upgrade. Oops, sorry. They've gone to a dedicated place. I'm spelling it wrong. Once again, I'll share the link. He really does some good stuff. He's most famous for writing a book on triangular UFOs, and but I think he does. I think he's down in New Mexico.
Okay.
Not far from, in the same sort of area as Linda Moulton Howe, from what's she called her YouTube channel? What does she call her channel? Think of it off the top of my head. So that link I just put in the chat, that's just an interview with David Marler on a local news network in America there. I haven't watched it, but you can certainly find him on the internet. He's easy to...
And he's the one that's from New Mexico?
I believe so, yeah. I think it's New Mexico, if I'm getting it right. That's right. Linda Moulton Howe does Earth Files, her YouTube channel. Yes. So let's find David's.
Interesting. Have you gotten into researching or looking into like Skinwalker Ranch? I know that's kind of like a lot of people have done it, but like if you kind of get away from the, I don't know what you want to call it. Sorry, I'm really kind of tired.
Yes, I've looked into it.
The popular stuff, the popular stuff. And,
Yeah,
the rabbit hole with like, have you looked into that?
I have. My wife and I, we did get into the first couple of seasons of Skinwalker Ranch.
Okay.
But that's as far as we got. We haven't sort of, because we decided we got over here. We were only getting Skinwalker Ranch on our pay TV, and then they would only put it out. We were like 6 months behind, or it was crazy. I should have just pirated and downloaded it to try and keep up with it. So I sort of lost interest in it. I find it interesting. The one that I did get into, which is not far away from it, was Blind Frog Ranch. I don't know whether you heard of that one. That was
What's it called? What's it called, Mark?
Blind, B-L-I-N-D, Blind Frog Ranch on the Discovery Channel.
Oh, okay.
That started to get interesting, but once again, because it wasn't sort of popular over here, it was only you had to wait for it. And the only, I suppose, what we should have done is, well, we've ditched the pay TV, the streaming service that we had. It was just too expensive, and we should have just gone for Discovery Plus or something like that, the streaming app. But you know, even Ancient Aliens, if you, I mean, it's up to what, series 17 or something like that.
I think so. I think you're right. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. But over here, I think, or even on the internet, I haven't really tried that hard. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I had to do
Bless
it.
you.
I had to. Thank you. I had to mute myself. Oops. I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's a little bit. I find for me, especially when I'm driving around in the truck, I'm watching all this stuff I've talked about. I'm watching on YouTube. So that's where I'm getting all my information from. I really don't read much into it, mainly because, like I said, I drive all day. I start at 6:30 in the morning and finish at 4:30, so I'm doing a 10-hour day. I'm driving. So the phone is my sort of research centre.
Sure.
And at night I come home, sort of have dinner. Then in some cases it's up the shed, do some work up there, and then come down here, and then go to bed, sort of thing. That's sort of my day, 5 days a week. So as much as I'd like to read into things, I just don't have the time. So getting it, presented in front of me is the best way I can go. I know that.
Well, and there's people who are doing that, Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're right. I know that not everything that gets presented to us is true, but
you have to interrupt around here, otherwise you can't get a word in.
That's right.
Isn't that right, Kodie?
Yep.
So what do you have to say about all this, Kodie?
Oh, nothing, really.
Oh, nothing. I think that's a UFO right there.
It is.
Taking Mark away. Oh, we spoke about cheese so much, I had to get myself some cheese.
Oh, here we go.
This is what took me so long. It might look like a simple thing, but it's the way I went about it. So that's what the video is about. So that's sort of my they're my resources, and I'm open to more resources. It's just a matter of time. In between looking at a bit of Formula One and whatever else goes on.
Well, there's so much out there. I mean, that's part of the whole technology thing, right? Like you're not going to the library anymore and like looking stuff up. Like we have it readily accessible to us, and there's so much out there that sometimes I think I used to too. It's can be sensory overload sometimes with everything.
Yes.
I used to loan books from the library on this sort of stuff. For sure.
It's just yeah.
Have you ever came across the YouTube channel Joanne Dogman Encounters? Have you ever gone to that one?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good channel. It's obviously, as it suggests, it's all Dogman Encounters.
Correct.
But yeah, that's I haven't gone to the channel in a while, but it popped up on YouTube a few days ago, and I saved the video to watch, but then it just got lost. So yeah, tonight it popped in my head. It's just a really great one where they normally interview people. Normally they go for about 40 minutes to an hour and just talk about it. It's so if any of that interests you, that's definitely a fun one to check out.
I think it. Yeah, I think the dog man is. Yeah, I think it's an interesting cryptid for sure.
So it's probably so interesting because it's something we've pretty much most humans either know what a wolf or a dog is.
Correct.
So
and we kind of grown up with like the wolf man, right?
Yeah, I mean most people know a werewolf.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. And then there's the Bigfoot rabbit hole you can go down. You know, just look at the amount of researchers of people into Bigfoot.
Well, and the correlation between Bigfoot and Mothman and Dogman and werewolves and UFOs or portals, like people kind of seeing, some people have said that they've seen lights and or UFOs or whatever they call it, UAPs now. And after that, there's a sighting of like, you know, the Dogman or werewolves or Bigfoot. And so like the correlation of, you know, those sightings and them, like, is that, you know, what is that? Is that like, are they opening portals? Are they, you know, are they aliens? Are they like, so that's kind of another rabbit hole to kind of go down as well.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that? Have you heard of that? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I certainly have. That's for sure.
I certainly have. So I heard that I guess that's connected with cryptids and stuff, yeah. Well, I've got a few stories about some of that. Cryptids connected to UFOs and USOs and stuff. No,
that last.
You tell us, car lover.
Don't you know?
Surely you have your own. Surely you have your own opinion. You don't need to ask someone else.
Joanne, that last link I put in the chat there is about a 42-minute interview with the guy David Marler, and that's from a radio station in New Mexico there. So it looks like a good one actually, and he comes across, when he talks, he really knows his stuff. And he talks, you can clearly understand him when he's talking, and there's nothing made up. All he's producing is the facts. And you know,
what I was going to start doing, and what I was potentially going to do on live stream as well, is maybe cover a different cryptid each session, and obviously go into a little bit of maybe the history and the origins and all that sort of stuff, and then we can all kind of give our opinions on it as well. Like Mark was saying earlier, some stuff is definitely, the story has been exaggerated over time or whatever. You know, like I saw a rock. Oh, the rock had wings, or the rock spoke to me. Like, you know, like that sort of stuff. But there are obviously as well some very well-known cryptids and many sightings and lots of it. But obviously mythological sort of creatures and folklore and that sort of stuff. It all, because my mum was only telling me earlier, I reckon it was today, she was saying, so we was talking about, she grew up in Ireland for a while, and she heard this woman crying when she was with some friends coming home. They were only little kids as well.
Oh.
My mum said, who's that crying? My mum said, who's that crying? And the little boy said to her, oh, that's the Banshee.
Banshee, right?
And apparently,
I heard about the Banshee, yeah.
And apparently, she was saying that the Irish people have a name for it that basically means crying woman or whatever. She couldn't quite remember what the actual term was, the actual Irish name, but obviously Banshee's more a modern term in the last 50, 60 years. But apparently, as the
family members died, or close family members family member died or something when you hear the banshee?
It's normally when you hear it means someone's about to die. And as my mum says, that someone on the corner ended up dying like around that time.
It was what I was thinking, yeah, because I heard about it, but when you hear it, it means a family member about to die or passed on, you know.
Yeah,
So let's just say when you hear it, it means in
I guess like a
English knowledge folklore means a family member to die.
I guess like a lot of
the Sidhe, S-I-D-H-E. Sorry, I'm talking over people. I'm sorry.
No, it's like everyone goes quiet and then everyone talks at once and everyone goes quiet.
Well, you're talking cryptids and all that stuff, and like that's my kind of genre. I've been writing about that and researching them for all over the world, and so like the crying woman or the banshee or the Sidhe. I don't say it correct. I'm not saying it correctly. Like, it's you know, it's an amazing tale, but they've been, it's been known for all over the world. Sorry guys, I'm a little more articulate. It's like really early in the morning and I haven't had sleep yet. So,
like, some old woman who cries. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a woman who cries.
But correct. The banshee, yeah.
Yeah. Like she's, sometimes she's known as like, also about like almost like a goddess, like a Celtic goddess of like war and death and like warning of something coming. Like, and she's there not to. It's almost like she's not there. She's not somebody who's bringing the doom. She's letting you know about the doom. She's letting you know that this is already happening, and she's almost there to help comfort you. So it's a really interesting folklore.
Well, like a lot of spirits as well, there are ones that are more malicious and evil, I guess, if you want to say that, and there are some that are meant to help. There's meant to be a way of helping people pass over from this life to the next, or pass over from their living body to the spiritual one.
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. Like even the Mothman kind of gets a bad rap, and he's known kind of as another harbinger of doom. But like really, he, some people believe, depending on the story, depending on who you believe. But I just say he. I don't know it. What is there again as a warning. And to let people know.
I think a lot of this stuff we're talking about, this stuff we're talking about is like a in between of the physical and the spiritual world.
Correct.
Like they explain as well why sometimes why they can disappear and how they can come and go, and obviously why there's not as much evidence. Like you don't just walk down the street and see a dead body or whatever it may be. But yeah, one reason that I am into a lot of this stuff is because when I was a kid, my mum would tell me different stories about stuff that either she knows about or that sort of. So I'd always be interested in. Even back then, they didn't really have the word cryptids to explain what they are, but that's what they call them now. But yeah,
I've heard about them too, because I'm mixed. Because Scotland has a different name from too, but I forgot what the name for Scotland is. But yeah, I heard about the similar to the banshee, but yeah, except it's not crying, it's up there wailing like a when you hear the wailing, means a close family member passed on. That's what I heard from Irish folklore as well. And when you hear wailing, means a close family member dying, like a sibling or a parent or an auntie or great aunt or grandparent pass on stuff to the other side. I heard it's more of a wailing sound rather than crying sound.
Yeah. I think, the kid actually said the crying lady, didn't actually say banshee, and it was, when my mum obviously got older and kind of worked out what it was more. I think it was called the crying lady or something like that. Is what the locals actually called it.
Yeah, they call it. Yeah, depending on like where you're looking at, like they'll say like
because this was before internet, before life was very different back then.
Correct. I've had my own kind of what's the word? Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. Sorry. My own kind of run-in with the crying lady. I've had my own run-in with the crying lady, and yeah.
Did you bring her a box of tissues?
I should have. It was really kind of creepy. I was young. I was young, but yeah.
Looked up. The Irish banshee is a female spirit that tells death is the being sent banshee. Banshee. Old Irish meaning woman of the ferryman or ferryman. The counterpart in Scottish mythology is the banshees. Banshees in Scotland.
I reckon that you're just being hard on yourself, AJ. I reckon that you would be able to add definitely, like there's no right or wrong answer. People can feel free to add their own explanation, even if it's that's fucking bullshit. Like everyone's like what Kodie's probably been sitting there for the last 2 hours.
Kodie.
Yeah, I looked at it is a Scottish and Irish thing for us, but you go, Joanne. I interrupted you. You go.
Where's she going?
Go first, Joanne.
What am I doing?
You go first. I interrupted you, so you go first, Joanne. Or the
Oh no, it's okay, Roger. That's okay, Roger.
No, I interrupted you. I always believe that women goes first. You go, Joanne. You go.
Just relax, Roger. Just relax.
Yeah, settle down.
Settle down. Lonely and lost. Well,
thank you. It's nice.
Well, explain why you're lonely and lost. You can even jump on screen and talk if you want. The only reason we got into the cheese stuff is because I think people like Joanne was saying that overdue for a bit of cheese.
Yeah,
I got into cheese. I got into cheese so much that it made me have to go and get some cheese. That's how much I got into cheese tonight. All right, man.
You and Jazz, come on, back up. Come on.
I'm not to take away from anyone else. I felt like I've been lonely and lost since a child, really, trying to fit in. But I feel like even though we have lots of different opinions and interests here, I feel like we've got a good group of people with different opinions, different interests, but we can all come together, and that's why we've been talking about cheese for a while. Even though Kodie looks like he chewed a couple of slices. Maybe maybe we should get Kodie to narrate. Maybe we should get him to react to some cheese-spiracy sometime.
Police channel.
What do you think, Kodie?
That's why I like the Y-Files so much. They cover a broad range of topics, and sometimes they're topics I've never been or haven't been aware of, and it's something new, and it's like, hang on, and even AJ, if you go watch the Y-Files, After Files, or some of the stuff, he made an episode of stories that made him a believer of a particular story, so it's once again there's people out there who don't believe, or it's not in their ballpark, or it's not in their upbringing, but then when they start digging into it, there might be, as you talk to, family members who've had some sort of experience. You may have seen something. I know I've talked about my own experience, what I saw over 30 odd years ago or more.
I used to see and feel a lot more when I was a kid, which kind of I wasn't even meaning to be dirty. I'm not talking about sucking my cousin's dick.
Oh, fucking hell, here we go.
There we go.
I tell you
Back to that.
you have to be my brother's channel.
Sorry.
I give you permission to.
But I guess to put it kind of quick or simple, I've said it when I've spoken, when myself and Mark have shared our love for UFO, ETs, aliens, whatever you want to call it, cryptids, all sorts of stuff. I've always enjoyed it because I've been told stories by other people. I've seen stuff myself. I've seen UFOs. Then I got into stuff like the X-Files. I've always been interested in horror, which obviously depict a lot of these cryptids, as they're called now. A lot of them are based on folklores or cryptids, like some of these horror monsters. Like, I don't really like Jeepers Creepers myself, but he's obviously kind of like Mothman a little bit. They've taken that sort of ideas and gone with that. I've liked sci-fi and a lot of space, and I've always enjoyed just planets and space, and just going to my aunt's farm a lot, away from the city. You can really see the sky at night. You can see the sky and the planets, the stars. But yeah, also get into the stuff like X-Files later on, and I always related to Mulder because he was always the one running around trying to prove shit's real when everyone else was telling him not to. And that made me, seeing characters like that made me question, why is the stuff I've seen or experienced, but why is that being, like UFOs, for instance, why are they saying they aren't real? Or some people believe them, some people say no, some people, it's not mainstream media, it's not mainstream knowledge. And even as a kid, I'm talking about, anywhere from maybe 6 to 8 years old, around that sort of age, wondering why it's not being told it's real when I've seen stuff like, or experienced stuff like that myself. So then it's just, starting going down the rabbit hole since before a teenager. Mm-hmm. And then once you start going down the rabbit hole, you realise there is no rabbit, there's just a hole. Where the fuck's the rabbit? It's like the rabbit or the white rabbit was, I'm late.
Oh, boy. Thank you, Alice in Wonderland.
And on that note, maybe we should wrap it up.
I'm just going to read this before we go. I like vampires, but I do not believe they exist based on some sort of reality, perhaps. Well, we could get into vampires at some stage because there's a lot really to unwrap when it comes to vampires, even a lot. And how real or how into the rabbit hole do you want to go into? That's All right, so we'll get ready to wrap it up because we did about two and a half hours of Cheesepiracy tonight. Kodie looks exhausted. He's gonna go and dream about Dogman later on.
It looks happy.
We've just gone over the 4-hour mark.
We did. You joined us at the 2-hour mark. Now we need you to come on another screen and as the 4-hour mark.
Well,
Kodie here is the man of the hour. Or 4. Okay, so a longer last minutes lately, which I'm pleased to see Kodie's doing it. I'm glad you do longer last minutes, because that actually adds more hours on your channel.
Oh, who's this?
I'm pleased to see in 17.5 YouTube. Like adding more hours to your channels now? Or 3 years here?
Music.
Metal. Too, Joanne.
People, you have G.
Yeah, you have to get up here sometime and talk about music. happy to talk about music, your love of metal, what got you into it. We all get into stuff for different reasons. What part of life you got into it, why, who, where. It's all interesting. Doesn't matter if it's about flowers or pulling a twig. If you're interested in it and you can talk about it for longer than just a few minutes, then obviously you're passionate about it. If we can go into this stuff for a few hours like we did tonight, and this is us only touching little topics of how we all got into this stuff. Yeah, I'll do a bit of a rappy rap, and I'll just say appreciate everyone being here tonight on Hypersapien TV. And yeah, we did a big cheesy one tonight. I think it was a little bit overdue with the cheese, but there's plenty of cheese to come if you want the cheese. And we still got like 9 people watching us, and we're wrapping it up, so that's pretty good. Big shout out to the big legend, the Royal Prawn, who joined us in here. We had Kodie, the Aussie Brony, as well. We had Mark from Mark Sheb Talk, and the lovely Yoda girl Joanne joined us. Really appreciate you joining us, Joanne. Hopefully, if you want to continue to join, you don't have to always join, of course, but if we want to link up and do some cryptid stuff together, I'm happy to talk to you about that. As I said, I kind of was interested in maybe covering a different country or a different cryptid each time. Maybe it's not every week, but maybe every couple of weeks, go into a bit of that stuff would be cool. And if you want to join and share any of your knowledge, would be amazing.
Okay,
Peter's still here. Right, and yeah, if you want to check out any of these guys' channels, I can. If you want to send your link to your website, Joanne, I'm happy to put that in the description. But yeah, Roger, Mark, and Kodie, if you look in the description box below, you can check out all their channels. If you go give them some subs and watch their content and all that good stuff, will be amazing. But everyone in the chat, I'll just mention we have Peter, AJ, and Stylesy's probably fallen asleep by now because we're not talking about Britney Spears. But appreciate you guys and everyone else who have joined us tonight, and we'll catch you next time.
Bye.
Ho, ho, ho.